Good morning, Pickleball Nation. This is Scott Golden coming to you live here at the Oasis Beach and Pickleball Club. We are here in Rockwell, Texas. It's a suburb about 45 minutes east of Dallas, Texas. I actually flew in last night into Dallas-Fort Worth. Got an Uber over here last night, and I am here this morning on Championship Court ready to go. We've got a fantastic first round matchup. This is what you live for if you're a pickleball junkie. First day of the tournament, we've got two absolute warriors here on the court. You've got the young up-and-coming superstar William Sobek against world number 2 Tyson McGuffin. Tyson shaking it out over there on the other side, getting loose. And now here we go. These guys right out of the gate going at it. Tyson doing what Tyson does best. Gets on the board first. All right, William probably has a few nerves here first round against a top-tier player in Tyson McGuffin. He'll settle in. William is, I believe, 17 or 18 years old. Actually, he may be 16. I'm not even sure. The myth is that he's been 15 for 3 years now. It's always a joke because I can't believe that he's this young and playing at the top level, but we're seeing more and more young talent coming into the sport. Score 0-2. Tyson is one of the best at the cat and mouse game. I'm referring to singles play up at the non-volley zone, the blue area by the net. It's common to have dinking and cross-court dinking and such in doubles, but in singles it's a little more rare. You would think there'd be a lot more volleys or ground strokes from the baseline instead of volleys up at the kitchen and dinking, but some of these top guys, they found that to sustain their energy, they have to play smart, not always hard. William having a hard time settling in here. He's not getting his strokes dialed in just yet. Another good shot from Tyson McGuffin. That one clipping the net cord, staying just inside the baseline, probably 2 inches in. One of those, what I would call lucky shots, but really it's just skill from Tyson McGuffin there. That's a good eye from William Sobek, letting that ball fly. The pace from Tyson was a little strong. I think he's just rushing some of these shots right now. William Sobek's got to settle in, maybe drop a couple, and give himself a chance to kind of work into the point a little more instead of just driving every ball. That's a good pickup there from Sobek. He anticipated well. He cut that ball off early on Tyson's first forehand drive down the line. Tyson really doing a good job of ending these points early.
4-0.
That's an incredible drop shot from Tyson McGuffin, getting that forehand roll, dipping it right into the blue part of the non-volley zone in front of William Sobek. And now it's a 5-0 lead. So he giveth and he taketh away. The net is friendly to both sides at this point, early in the morning. Tyson got a roll over, followed by now William Sobek. Looks like Williams starting to get his feet underneath him. He's just gotten on the board now as Tyson with an unforced error on his return.
1-5.
Let's see if William can get something going. Sometimes you just need that first point to get off the ground. There it is. There it is. And then with his athleticism, he jumps the non-volley zone, the corner of it, staying out of trouble.
2-5.
2-5 now. It's amazing once you get a little rhythm, the difference. All of a sudden, he's playing much stronger. Mentally, that's what you need. You got to get off the ground, get a couple points, prove to yourself that you can do it. Oh, what a beautiful backhand. That's a one-handed topspin roll just past the left side of William Sobek. William guessed right. Tyson going left, cross court. Beautiful. Those drops from Tyson right now are crisp. They are on point. A timeout from Sobek. We're going to take a hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. We'll be back in 60 seconds from now.
I felt like I had to always drink water over and over, but I still felt a little bit dizzy by the end of the day. But once I tried to incorporate more electrolytes in my daily life, it really helped me out. My favorite thing about the pickleball cocktail is the flavor. It tastes great. I drink the pickleball cocktail every morning to make sure that I stay hydrated throughout the whole day. It's important to drink first thing in the morning. If you wait until you play, you're usually too late. You start feeling dehydrated. When it comes to hydration, don't wait before it's too late.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here on Championship Court. We found ourselves at a 7-2 point in the game. This is game one. Tyson McGuffin, as of now, in complete control. But William Sobek not going anywhere. He's going to make his shots. He's going to settle in. I have no doubt in my mind about that. But Tyson McGuffin right now doing what he does best, playing his game. Sobek using one of his 2 timeouts. Tyson still has both his timeouts.
7-2.
The score is 7-2. It's a nice job by William anticipating where Tyson's going to be going with that forehand, but he's just out in front of it a little too much. I think he was a little too ready for that one. I think that's what Tyson wants to stay away from, is Sobek getting a good deep return and allowing himself to get up there and then keeping Tyson back, because William Sobek's strength is his agility and his quick feet. Nice serve there from Sobek, hitting the baseline literally, causing another unforced error from Tyson. Yeah, that one clips the net. That's a let. Score is now again 3-8. Second serve after that let. That's where William Sobek's going to find some success. If he can find his way up there and move that ball around like he's doing. He's very quick at the net. Score is now 4-8. Little mini comeback here. And Tyson with 3 uncharacteristic missed returns, giving Sobek now 5 points. 3 out of those 5 have come from missed returns. That's another good one-handed backhand stroke there down the line from Sobek, forcing now a 2-point differential. He's closed that gap. He was down 8-2. There's another missed return. That's 4 missed returns out of the 7 points. Sobek there getting a little excited. Tyson stopping the bleeding for the moment. But Sobek bringing it back within 1. I think what's giving both these guys a big advantage early in the point is their deep, aggressive serves. Both of them get really nice, deep, aggressive serves, especially Tyson. Tyson's serve gets really close to the baseline, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent. Sobek really getting his feet up under him now, playing much better. It's not a bad look there. He's got to find his way up to the non-volley zone at some point. He can't stay back at the baseline. Tyson covers too much ground for him to be able to do that over and over successfully. Tyson's going to end up getting the upper hand there. Too good from Tyson. They're really creating a slugfest right now, back and forth. The quick feet, the quick hands is an excellent display of the athleticism here in professional pickleball. This is a first-round matchup. Can you guys believe that?
9-7.
9-7. Just a 2-point advantage here in game 1. Tyson's ball just too good there. It's dipping below the net as it comes over, which is exactly what you want. You want an unattackable ball. It's a nice deep return. That's a fantastic play from Tyson McGuffin to close out game 1. He was up 8-2. William Sobek makes a huge run, gets back to 7-8, sides out, and then Tyson gets the ball back and eventually goes on a run and wins 11-7 first game. What an exciting game there, guys. We are going to be back in just a moment on Championship Court. This is Scott Golden joining you live at the PPA Texas Open.
I love this game. The friends I've met along the way, the places it's taken me. This game is all about community. Duper is partnering up to grow the community, to bring accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Duper's rating system starts off with accuracy, setting up for success right from the beginning. That's how you make every match count.
Welcome back to the PPA Texas Open here in Rockwell, Texas. We've got a fantastic first round matchup. Game 1 goes to top tier singles professional Tyson McGuffin. Sobek started out a little shaky, but pulled it together. Tyson with 4 uncharacteristic missed returns there in game 1, allowing Sobek back in it, but ultimately he closes out game 1 11-7. He was able to get the upper hand at the end when it mattered. And here he is now on the side closest to where we are in the booth. He's going to be serving. Daryl Gwynn with this first round game as our official referee. Tyson McGuffin serving that Durafast 40. Here we go. Boy, that is laser sharp from Tyson McGuffin's forehand. That topspin roll is got a ton of pace on it, whizzing right back past that paddle tech of Sobek. And another forehand just ripped. That one a little higher. Sobek, his timing off just a little bit with that one. Dumps it in the net. I think Tyson just applying a lot of pressure right now. Oh my goodness, Tyson's forehand is deadly when he's getting that ball. It gets on top of it.
3-0.
3-0 out of the gate here in game 2. He started very similar in game 1. The difference between game 1 and game 2, even as of now, is game 1 was all unforced errors from Sobek, giving Tyson a big lead. In game 2, he's making Tyson work for it more, but still some unforced errors mixed in with some clean winners from Tyson. It's going to create a very difficult situation for Sobek. And there's another good forehand. He's got to stay away from Tyson's forehand right now. It's 5-0 out of the gate. Tyson McGuffin rolling. We're going to take a hydration break, and we'll be back in 30 seconds from now.
It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. I don't cream. When I step on the court, this is what I do. Okay. Everybody cramping, cause they ain't got that new. I got this cocktail in my glass, and I ain't afraid to drink it. Drink it, drink it, drink it. I pickle and I love it. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. I don't cramp.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Take a look on the screen right now. You've got Tyson McGuffin, a name synonymous in pro pickleball. He's got his own signature paddle with Selkirk. He is the face of Selkirk. He's 30 years old. He's got a height of 5'10", just like myself. He's from the USA. He's got 3 PPA titles, and his current earnings is $67,700, which is double what the average income is for a college graduate coming out of school. Not a bad living. And again, another error from Sobek. 6-0 lead. Tyson looking very strong here in game 2 in the first round. That's exactly what Sobek needed. He got the ball over to Tyson's backhand, pulled him off the court, and when he got the ball he wanted, he just didn't execute. He did exactly what he was supposed to do, just has to finish the job. But unfortunately now it's a 7-0 lead for McGuffin, and that's just too easy. The return didn't get deep enough. It was a little too quick getting to Tyson. Tyson recognizing that gap down the alley, takes advantage of it on that forehand inside-in shot. There's a good ball from Sobek. It may be too little too late if he doesn't get things going. He's got to build on some momentum from that side out. He's got to get on the board. There's one. I would say that was more of a forced error from Sobek, but Tyson probably should have gotten that over, so maybe it was a technically unforced error. And there is an unforced error on the serve attempt from Sobek, giving the ball right back, now at 8-1. Tyson just moving Sobek all around, but unable to close the job on that last forehand roll. He hooked it out a little too far to the left, but he's up 7. He's got room to breathe. Yeah, that ball sailing. That's 2 unforced errors on Sobek's serving attempt. You cannot give top tier guys that type of advantage. They already have a big advantage as it is. That ball hooked really well just over the net cross court. Tyson really had no shot at it.
1-8.
Yeah, that ball dipping just inside the sideline. Really well placed for McGuffin. The humidity not too bad this morning, but McGuffin already sweating as if there is a ton of humidity. He works hard out there on the court.
8-1.
8-1. That ball popping up, and Tyson cleaning up after that pop-up from Sobek. He's not happy with himself right now and his performance here in game 2.
9-1.
There's a good ball from Sobek. He's got to find ways to keep Tyson McGuffin back. He's got to get up there. It's going to start with a good deep return. I don't think the low fast return is Sobek's best option. I think a high deep return, giving himself time to get up there and adjust to McGuffin. Let's see if he can get some offense going here. These are good shots from Sobek going cross court back and forth, but again, I think the ability of Tyson just to keep the ball going over the net one more time is the big difference here.
9-1.
9-1, 8-point differential. Tyson playing very free, very loose. Sobek with a foot fault, but even if there is no foot fault, that backhand roll down the line was beautiful. I will say that Sobek did stop after he heard foot fault, but regardless, I think McGuffin's going to end up getting that down the line as he is really steamrolling Sobek right now. Big, deep breath from McGuffin as they take this timeout. We're going to take also a hydration break and a timeout. We'll be back in just a minute.
Did anyone see you? Nice. Want to go drive a forklift?
All right, back to the action. McGuffin with the ball, serving at 10-1. Game point and match point as he's already closed out game 1 and is in complete control in game 2. And there it is. That is 2 brilliant players battling on the court. But Tyson McGuffin ultimately just a little too much for young Sobek as he walks to pick up that Durafast 40. McGuffin doing what he does best, closing out game 1 and game 2 in dominating fashion. We're going to take a break, and we'll see the next matchup coming to you here on Championship Court at the Oasis Beach and Pickleball Club here in Rockwell, Texas. Thanks for tuning in on the PPA Facebook and YouTube channel. Make sure to tune in Sunday with Fox Sports for Championship Sunday. This is Scott Golden. We'll be back for another round after this.
Selkirk's mission has always been to fuel the pickleball obsession found inside every player.
There is a growing community of pickleball players who consume as much pickleball content as they possibly can.
And that's why we are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. It's pickleball's original and only free TV app. This is 24/7 pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again and again.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am.
I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
And how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Make me color, make me glow, make me glow, make me glow. Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those good vibes.
That's a great point by Tyson McGuffin.
I got that glow. I got that glow.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving. Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
One thing I'd really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it. Haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
I absolutely love this paddle. For me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the paddle. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, spin, it's just propelled my game, helps me drive the ball.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with, particularly the face. It's really something new, the carbon fiber surface. It really allows you to grip the ball.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen. Let's go!
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Duper is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Duper the go-to pickleball rating system. From rec play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
I absolutely love this paddle. For me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the paddle. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, spin, it's just propelled my game, helps me drive the ball.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with, particularly the face. It's really something new, the carbon fiber surface. It really allows you to grip the ball.
What if our 20 by 40 foot bounds didn't hold us in, but made us feel more free? What if nothing could contain our passion? Finding anywhere to play, any excuse to stay. Every chance to watch it and more ways to build it. Even when things get tough, we just can't help ourselves. day by day, heart and soul. When you live and breathe it, there's no stopping it. There's no stopping us from breaking barriers, smashing expectations, sharing our passion with the world. Any chance we get. Because when you love pickleball, you live to make it major. Introducing Major League Pickleball.
Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
I never thought I would fall in love with the sport again. I want to get better and find others who will help my game grow. I want to compete, but I don't know where I stand.
With Duper, I'm getting an accurate rating by entering matches before I ever register for a tournament.
I can easily find other players, play fun competitive matches, and instantly know where I stand. I'm on my way to confidently becoming the best I can be. Pickleball has taken me to new heights with recreation, community, and health. I want to make every match count.
Best of Mother Nature and the best in pickleball coming together here this weekend here at the Tennis Club at Newport Beach. 41 courts, 880 players, all vying for championships. We're thrilled you're here. is the new era of pickleball. Newport Beach is the battleground.
That's what it's gonna take. That's what it's gonna take. That's what they're like in McGuffin. That's not easy, you know.
Scott Golden here on championship court. We just saw Tyson McGuffin win his first round in 2 games against the young up-and-coming star William Sobek. He finished it 11-7, 11-1. And now we've got another fantastic matchup between Rob Nunnery and Spencer Smith. Let's take a look at how these gentlemen got here. In the first round, it looks like Rob Nunnery played Julian Arnold. He was able to win 11-3, 13-11. So he finished it in 2, but Rob had his hands full, it looks like, in that second game. And Spencer Smith played Manfred Jeske, and he was able to win in 2 games as well, 11-7, 11-5. They find themselves squaring off now in the second round here on championship court. This is the Oasis Beach and Pickleball Club here in Rockwell, Texas, about 45 miles east of Dallas Fort Worth Airport. I was able to fly in late last night, up early here. Beautiful day in Rockwell, Texas. The sky is blue, the humidity is down, and we've got 2 professional athletes about to square off. Rob Nunnery playing with his Franklin paddle, and you've got Spencer Smith over there with his Gamma pickleball paddle. He's going to be serving first. Bob Swisshelm is our head ref, and Karen Sabota is our second referee for this one. Both gentlemen here a little amped up. The Durafast 40 is flying through this Texas air this morning. That ball hung up there a little too high from Rob Nunnery. So in doubles, he's known for his control, for his discipline, and his ability to place the ball wherever he wants. But in singles, you have to cover the whole court, so the control part is going to be interesting to watch. See what he can do. And Spencer Smith right there able to take the ball back cross court after a nice snag from Rob Nunnery. I like this stylistic matchup because Rob Nunnery is, like I said, more of a control guy, finesse guy. He likes to place the ball and be methodical. Spencer Smith is a little more aggressive in his nature. He likes to drive more of the balls and really put a lot of pressure and heat on his opponent. Rob's not going to have a lot of success if he's leaving balls up high from the baseline. Spencer Smith's aggressive nature is going to take over there, and he's putting the ball really, really nicely where Nunnery is not at.
0-2.
See, already Rob is trying to place the ball into that non-volley zone. It's early. He's maybe not quite as loose as he normally would be against a top-tier player like Spencer. And so he is leaving the balls up just a little too high. He's got a little powder he's putting on his right hand, maybe to keep the sweat off of there, it looks like. All right, an early 3-0 lead for Smith. Oh, that's just too good right there. He just chipped that backhand. Rob let it go thinking it was going to go out, and it just dipped right in, barely inside that baseline, but in is in. Rob hitting a deep return, getting up there to that non-volley zone, and Spencer's backhand just sailing long. He's just a little amped up right now still. Both these guys coming in hot here in round 2. And that's what Rob needed, an unforced error from his opponent to get him on the board. Sometimes these guys will go on runs after they get on the board. And there's another good shot from Rob Nunnery with that forehand roll. That's one of his specialty shots.
2-4.
Another good shot, back to back to back. 3 points in a row rattled off for Nunnery as he started out 0-4.
3-4.
And there's another missed return from, or missed serve, I'm sorry, from both opponents. Spencer earlier missed one long, now Nunnery.
4-3.
Wow, a little bit of a miss hit there, but it worked. Yeah, Rob thanking his paddle for that one. I thought he was going cross court the other way. Like I thought he was going to the right, and then it hooked left.
3-4.
All right, Nunnery's two-handed backhand. He stepped into it with a lot of force. Not able to control it enough. Giving the side out back to his opponent. Got a little lucky there as Spencer Smith had the whole court available to him. He just didn't get on top of that ball enough, and he kind of shanked it out to the sideline.
3-4.
All right, and with the blink of an eye, it's now tied up in game 1, 4-4. Nunnery digging himself a little hole right out of the gate, but climbing out of that quickly to tie things up. That ball did not bounce back up. Nunnery was thinking he was going to get to that one, and then it just did not come back up.
But you also, if you decide you want to call it out, you got to call it out before you call it out.
Nunnery asking Bob Swisshelm if he saw it. He did not want to call it out, but just confirming that it was good. But quite a few unforced errors by both sides here. It's 4-4.
4-4.
Oh, what a forehand roll cross court. He has the ability to hold that as long as possible, and then he just whips it. It's almost like a snapshot. He just whips that ball back cross court. Spencer Smith not able to handle that.
5-4.
Oh, that's great anticipation from Smith, taking it back down the line. I think Nunnery thought he was going cross court with it. In singles, you have to make a split-second decision, and sometimes you guess right, and sometimes you guess wrong. That ball just not bouncing up. Caught Nunnery on the short hop, I think he maybe even have taken his eye off it just for a second.
5-5.
That ball missing. Spencer Smith looking to win these rallies early and get points on the board.
5-5.
Really well-placed ball from Smith. He just dropped that soft into the kitchen, forcing Nunnery up. Nunnery tries to go back cross-court with it, but just not able to get there in enough time to keep it under control.
5-5.
So we've got 5-5 deadlocked here in game one. There's a good job there from Nunnery as he got a good deep return, sliced it well and got up there and then able to put the ball away on that first volley exchange.
5-5. Point.
Nunnery letting that ball bounce first before hitting it. Smart decision.
6-5.
Now he's taken the lead for the first time in this game. Oh, he did a good job right there of whipping that ball inside out, but it just sailed out wide just past the sideline. 1 point differential in favor of Nunnery. Spencer Smith looking to close these points early and often. He is not trying to drop that ball, almost religiously driving his third, trying to gain the upper hand on either cross-court or down the line quickly with a lot of pace. It looks like to me that Rob's discipline and controlled nature is what's gotten him this lead at this point, up 2 now. He's just weathered the early storm from Smith, and now he's gotten a 3-point advantage by just riding out that first storm. He was down 4-0, brought it back to 4-4. Now he's taken an 8-5 lead as Spencer Smith has gone cold. Nunnery has heated up. And so we're going to stay live here as these guys just get a quick 60-second hydration break and a timeout. It's often very useful for the player that has called the timeout. They have a chance to kind of regroup. There's a reason that they're calling that timeout. In this case, Spencer Smith had the lead. He now has given it up, and he waited 3 points past where they were tied. So now, you know, it was tied 5-5. Nunnery's gained an 8-5 advantage, and so now Smith has called this timeout to try to regroup. Nunnery just being steady, that's all it is. He just cleaned up those unforced errors early in the match, probably a few nerves, and now we've seen Smith with the unforced errors and Nunnery able to take this 3-point advantage. Let's see if this timeout is going to favor Smith coming out of it or Nunnery. The confidence and the momentum has now swung in the favor of Nunnery. Let's see what happens, guys. Nunnery looking for that chainsaw serve. It was a little awkward there initially. For the first time, he was a little off. It didn't really even do anything. But I like that he's trying it. My guess is he just missed that return because he's still thinking about the last exchange. He's got to wipe that slate clean every time. Boy, those are some good angles. That ball just missing. Good call from Nunnery as he's now going to get the ball back with a 2-point advantage.
8-6. Point.
Another missed return. So 9-6, another 3-point advantage for Nunnery. Oh boy, I like that look at it. He had that alley down the line as he hits an inside-in forehand roll. We got a new ball coming into play. The ball of choice for the PPA is the DuraFast 40, as the pros seem to love this ball the most. Smith looking visibly frustrated. He missed that one-handed backhand wide, pretty far wide.
9-6.
What a inside-out forehand from Nunnery, bringing the lead to 10-6 and a game point. I'm not sure if Smith is going to use his second timeout. Looks like he's going to play through. All right, there it is, 11-6. Nunnery able to weather that early storm, compose himself, stay disciplined. He just played his methodical game until he was able to eventually take that lead at 6-5. He never looked back, winning this first game 11-6 over Spencer Smith. We're going to take a 60-second break. This is Scott Golden here at the PPA Texas Open. We'll be back to game 2 in just a minute.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
Welcome back to the PPA Texas Open. This is Scott Golden bringing you all the live action here on day 1. Game 2 kicking off right now with Nunnery serving to Smith. That's a beautiful forehand roll, inside in. That's probably his signature shot, I would say. The ability to take that ball and really whip it. Spencer Smith letting that one go, and it just clips the sideline. Unlike game 1 where Nunnery got down 0-4, here in game 2 with the ball first, he's jumped out now to 0. Good hustle from Nunnery, but that ball placed really well from Spencer Smith as he drops it into the kitchen. Bob Swisshelm and Karen Sabota. Oh boy, I think that was a generous call. That was a good shot there. Ball just coming over the net, dipping down.
1-2.
That's a really well-placed ball from Rob Nunnery, as he didn't panic at all there. He knew Spencer Smith was coming up quickly and was probably going to hit that ball hard at him. Boy, he is really getting it going now Rob Nunnery with a beautiful execution of that point.
3-1.
Score's now 3-1.
Set out.
Smith gets that ball back cross court before Nunnery can do anything with it. The thing I love about singles is that these guys have to hustle back and forth, sideline to sideline.
1-3.
And it really puts a lot of pressure on these guys to recover quickly between points. They don't have much time. You've got about 8 to 10 seconds between each point to recover. And oftentimes when they go back and forth, the fatigue starts to set in and their shot selection gets a little rough, and then sometimes the unforced errors start to stack up. And also momentum is a big part of this game. So you watch the momentum swings are really heavy in singles. Smith attacking that ball well, but it was right at Nunnery, and he was able to respond. Smith not able to even get a paddle on that response. That's a really good deep return. I mean, deep serve. I like Nunnery's idea to go slap that backhand around the post, but he just didn't let it drop quite enough. If you're going to hit that around the post, you've got to let it drop to the lowest point possible so you get the best angle. All right, 3-3. Smith again rushing that forehand. Unforced errors, giving the ball back to his opponent, Rob Nunnery. Nunnery really starting to pull it together here. He showed discipline. He dropped that ball back in the kitchen a couple times to give himself a chance, not allowing his opponent, Smith, to really do much with those first couple shots. And then ultimately he got the ball he wanted and was able to roll it cross court for a winner. Oh, boy. Again, sometimes you see in singles, you don't have much time to respond. You've got to take a guess, almost an educated guess on where you think your opponent's going to go. And sometimes you guess right, sometimes you guess wrong.
5-3.
Now a 2-point advantage for Nunnery at 5-3. Nunnery got exactly what he wanted. He rolled that first one, dipping it over the net, causing the ball to pop up off that gamma paddle from Smith. He was able to close on it, but didn't close the deal, giving the ball back now to Smith. He's down 2 points.
5. Point.
Smith with some nice shots there.
4-5. Side out.
Spencer Smith out of the Utah area. Often teams up with fellow partner and friend Tyler Loong for doubles. That one, a little too much pace from Smith for Nunnery to be able to handle it. Nunnery using, like I said, his slow, methodical style to just reset the ball back into the non-volley zone and try to give himself an opportunity without having to chase the ball too much. But That ball stayed up a little too high, and Smith was able to do a little too much with it. Nice rally shaping up here. That ball sailing wide as Smith showing lots of good discipline there, keeping that point alive.
Score is 5-5.
We're going to have a timeout from Spencer Smith as he needs a moment to recover. We're going to take this Jigsaw Health Hydration break. Scott Golden bringing you all the live action on Championship Court. We'll be back in a minute.
Cody, just got to use a little finesse, man.
Finesse?
Finesse.
One remaining timeout. Receiver, you have 2.
All right, those 60 seconds go by quick. The players are making their way back out onto Championship Court now. Smith tying it up 5-5 after a little bit of a rough start in game 2. He's got the ball in control. I think that was a good timeout for him to just kind of compose himself. He knows he's got to get game 2 to force this game 3. And that was a well-used timeout from Smith as he looks already more in control. Taking the lead 6-5 now.
6-5. Side out.
Ball wide. I think Nunnery puts a lot of pressure on his opponents. He slices his backhand return really deep.
5, 6.
And then gets up there to the non-volley zone.
Point.
An unforced error on that return from Smith. So Nunnery now tying it up.
6.
I think the response from Smith there was what I was wanting to see from him earlier in this game too. He's now starting to anticipate better. Smith getting caught behind the 8 ball there on that first wide ball, throws up a lob, and Nunnery eats that one for lunch. But an uncharacteristic missed serve from Nunnery. We've seen some missed serves from both these players this morning early. Sometimes these players take a little while to really get in their rhythm and find that groove. And that's what we're kind of seeing here in these early rounds. They're a little sloppy at times. They usually get better as the day progresses. I know for me personally, that's the same way I am. Sometimes early, I'm not really a morning guy, so sometimes it takes a little bit to get going. But I tell you what is going is Rob Nunnery's forehand as he rips that ball past his opponent, Smith, for a clean winner. Excellent execution. He's really done well in game 2 with that shot. It comes at you quick. It gets down the line.
7, 6.
And now he's taking the advantage, 7-6.
Point. 8, 6. Point. 9, 6. Point.
I actually personally, I thought that ball could have been called either way. It was very close. No argument from Smith. Again, Smith finds himself down 10-6. And both games end on a missed return from Smith. 11-6, 11-6. Rob Nunnery moving on to the third round. Smith going to drop down to the consolation bracket. Let's take a look real quick who the next round for Nunnery is. It's going to be, looks like, the winner of Brandon French and Grant Bond. If you haven't heard of Brandon French, he's out of the Texas area here, a local legend. He's very good. He was able to upset A.J. Kohler in the first round, 11-3, 11-6. And so they're going to square off in the third round. So Rob Nunnery is going to have his hands full against the winner of Brandon French or Grant Bond. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back to the action after this.
One thing I'd really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it. Haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Make me color, make me glow,
Tyson McGuffin
make me
just
glow,
back
make me
at the
glow.
baseline.
Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those good vibrations
That's a great point by Tyson McGuffin.
I got that
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
Championship court, we have Tyson McGuffin.
I'm Jesse Irvin, and this is my bag check. So let's see. We have an Engage bag. I've been with Engage for about 2 years now, and I have about 3 of these beautiful signature Jesse Irvin paddles, Maverick Elite Pro, in my bag. I put a little lead tape on the side, so I have some lead tape, and of course, not only do I have that, but I have my pink grip to match my paddle. That's a must. I will also have in here some rosin. When it's really sweaty and humid, I use it for my hands. And then let's see, in this compartment, I've got a Hypervolt, really good, kind of for muscles, especially in between matches. I use it, my back, my legs, anything like that. It's perfect for that kind of stuff. And here I have the Incrediwear wristbands that I wear. I have them on right now. These are really good for blood circulation, things like that. I wear them all the time. They're great to support my arm, especially since I use it a lot during pickleball. I have in this little bag, I have a lot of bags. That's kind of how I organize my bag. So I have a lot of little bags inside my bag. In this one, I've got kind of my sunscreen. I've got some cream for my joints. I've got something for my shoes to keep them from smelling sweaty and all that stuff. And then we've got this little special thing right here. I got a little flask that I keep Malibu in. I take little sips in between matches just to kind of keep me going, keep everything alive. And of course, I will also have my liquid IV that I continuously put in my bottle to stay hydrated. Oh no, things are flying away. And then last but not least, I have a bag for my, kind of my running shoes that I will take off because I won't always wear my tennis shoes. So I have a bag for my running shoes that I'll put on right after I'm done playing and kind of ready to call it a day. And let's see. Yeah, that's about it. That's it. That's my bag check. I'm Jesse Irvin.
All right, welcome back, everybody. If you take a look on the court, Jansen is going to be squaring off against Tyson McGuffin, and they just did their pregame speech with the referees, and now looks like Jansen is going to be the first to serve. John, in recent months, has been on a tear in singles. He's been playing exceptionally well. He's really dialed in. He's a focused individual. Somebody I think is dangerous at all times on the court. You've got to take full advantage of any opportunities you get against him. He won't give you a whole lot. And Sincola moves really, really well. And, of course, everybody knows Tyson McGuffin. We saw him in the first round take down William Sobek. Nice drive, as previously stated. Sincola playing really well.
1-0. Line up. 0-1. Point. Small target. 1-1. Point.
Sincola getting a little cute there on that return, trying to go down the line with his backhand slice. Doesn't get it up and over quite enough. What a great forehand roll cross court from McGuffin. We saw that in game 1 and game 2 in the first round against Sobek. He has not let up on that. It's something that he really does well. He gets over there to the ball. His footwork is impeccable, and he's able to really get behind these balls and put a lot of pace either down the line or cross court, putting tremendous amount of pressure on his opponents. I think that ball barely missed, but not by a lot. McGuffin really pinpointing where he's hitting that ball. Nice job by Sincola getting that ball behind McGuffin. I think that's one of the keys to success. He's got to find a way to anticipate and guess which way McGuffin's going early in the points and get it to his backhand. If you get it to his forehand, he's going to take that and run. Scores 2-3. One of the things I love about McGuffin, his serves and returns to start the point are phenomenal. They've got tons of pace. He hustles up there to the non-volley zone. He gets himself set up, and he has tremendous footwork. He just puts constant pressure on his opponents. I think that comes a lot from his wrestling background. Look at this, back and forth, back and forth. That last one, he got Sincola stretched out a little too far on the forehand. He was not able to get that ball back over, but what an exchange there between these two gladiators. Going to war, chest to chest, straight on with each other. Gotta love it. I think the cat and mouse game is gonna be to the advantage of McGuffin. I don't think Sincola wants to get into those battles too much, as the angles with the pace combined for McGuffin, it makes it really tough to stay in those points. Tyson getting fired up right there. His signature grunt. All right, we've got a timeout from Sincola. I think that's a well-spent timeout as McGuffin increases his lead there. This is Scott Golden on Championship Court. We're going to be back after this Jigsaw Health hydration break.
Thank you for calling Jigsaw Health. How can I help you? Yeah, you'd like to speak with Ben Johns. Let me get his extension for you.
002?
Yeah, his extension is 002.
Is it lunchtime yet?
15 seconds.
That was delicious. I'm getting more.
Second serving.
Hey, Ron, package for you.
Hey, Patrick, thanks. Appreciate that. Fault. Incorrect receiver. Foot fault. Right foot.
He's going to be a
blast at the Christmas party.
All right, back to the action. You see McGuffin bouncing around as he's about to serve up, I believe, 8-2 here in game one. Nice drop there from Sincola. I think a well-used timeout for him as he was able to regroup, kind of compose himself, and figure out a game plan of how to get back in this after a 6-point differential now. McGuffin applying all kinds of pressure. That's just too good from McGuffin. I thought he was going to put that overhead away, but Sincola able to track it down, but no worries. McGuffin able to take that next one and roll that ball for a winner.
8-2.
He holds it 8-2. Finally, something going in the favor of Sincola. It's been an uphill sledding up to this point in game one. He's got to figure out how to string some points together. Let's see if he can get a game plan in his mind of how he can execute these shots. But it starts with a good serve. He's got to get that in to have a chance to win a point. Unfortunately, he did not. That's just too good. McGuffin is literally painting lines right now as he's increased the lead to 7.
9-2.
Nice return there from Sincola. I think it's something right now where Sincola is kind of scratching his head, wondering what he can do different. I don't think he can do much different. He just has to execute. Strategy-wise, I think he's got a good game plan. He's trying to get the serves deep. He's trying to get his thirds where they're putting pressure on McGuffin, as McGuffin does his best work when he's up at the non-volley zone. I can see why McGuffin's one of the best in the business out here. He's just so good at applying pressure constantly to the opponents. He never lets up, and his endurance is phenomenal. Nice spot from Tyson McGuffin. I thought Sincola hit a ball that wasn't going to be able to be returned that good. But McGuffin doing what he does best, closing out games. That is just phenomenal execution from Tyson McGuffin as he captures game one, 11-2 against Jansen Cola. A little surprising to me that there was a 9-point differential in that first game. I thought Sincola played okay, but McGuffin was just absolutely on fire. He was wearing Sincola out point after point, applying tremendous amounts of pressure, and that was the difference in game one. Sincola just over there scratching his head on the sideline for the moment, taking some big deep breaths in and just wondering what he needs to do here to make a game two respectable and even get that W so he can have a chance at a game three. But right now, Tyson McGuffin just doing everything in his power to close these games out and these rounds out in 2. So we'll see what happens here. Tyson looking very confident, very strong, doing Tyson McGuffin stuff. I bet he breathed a big sigh of relief as Ben Johns is not in this bracket. Ben Johns will be here tomorrow for mixed doubles day. Friday is mixed doubles pro day, but today Ben was in school taking a college exam, so he was not able to make singles day here on Thursday. So all these pro players very excited to see that he was not going to be taking down the bracket like he normally does. Oh boy, that's intense. Tyson McGuffin lunging out and grabbing that ball out of the air, rolling it cross court. Sincola not even with an opportunity to put a paddle on that one. Just too good.
1-0.
Sincola, I think, just desperate to try to find something that's going to work against McGuffin. So far, he's not able to unlock that key to success. Now you're starting to see him force the ball a little bit too much and pushes that one out of bounds. Tyson looking supremely confident. That one just misses. I think he had the right shot, the right idea, but the execution was lacking just a bit.
0-2. Point. One, two.
Sincola doing a good job keeping himself alive. He had to throw that lob up, and for some reason that overhead did not go well for McGuffin. I think he mishit it just a little. He didn't get any power on it, and it sailed long. Sincola's starting to gain some traction, but he's got to get those shots over the net, at least to give himself a chance. If he puts it in the net, he's going to give it right back to McGuffin. It's 2-2, so he's keeping it close here so far. But unforced errors on the return are not going to get it done against a guy like Tyson McGuffin.
3-2.
A little laugh between the two players. Sincola asked McGuffin, where did that come from? Another missed return. He's trying to get that ball deep so McGuffin can't get an advantage, but you can't miss too deep or else you give 3 points away. So McGuffin really feeling it right now. That was a heat check shot. The inside in 2 times in a row to see if he could catch Sincola. I like the idea there. Just didn't execute.
2-5. Point. Five.
3-5 as that ball misses again. So 2 missed returns and a missed serve, giving an opportunity once again for McGuffin to advance his lead. He's up 2 already, up a game as well. And there's another incredible drop. Notice how that ball from McGuffin, it's got lots of pace and it's dipping just over the net, which forces your opponent to hit up. But because Sincola doesn't want to hit up too much, because McGuffin will attack it, he's not getting it up enough. So it's really putting a lot of pressure there. Oh, what a forehand drive from Sincola. He really planted that back foot and unloaded on that Durafast 40. Clean winner past McGuffin. You've got to love that, as he desperately needs to pull this together and find a way to get a win in game 2 here. He's forcing McGuffin to hit one extra ball, but really when you're pulled that far off the court, it's going to be extremely difficult to win that point unless you are able to reset it back into the kitchen unattackable, which, as you saw there, he was not able to do, and McGuffin just took it back the other direction for an easy setup shot.
6-4.
All right, Sincola able to hold off any runs from McGuffin. So far, he's kept it close here at 4-6.
4-6.
I feel like he's pulling it together just a little bit. His focus maybe wavered just a tad early. But right there, they just went toe-to-toe, and McGuffin got the better end of that deal as he clipped that last backhand.
6-4.
Got a good crowd on hand watching.
Point.
McGuffin originally out of Tacoma, Washington, now living in Idaho.
7-4.
Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, close to the Selkirk headquarters. There's another good exchange. McGuffin getting the better of that with a fist bump at the end to top it off. Sincola out of the Midwest in the Illinois area, close to the Wisconsin border, I believe. Home of the Badger Dave Weinbach and Zane Navratil. I cannot believe that ball dropped in. I think Sincola anticipated it going out, and when the bottom fell out and it hit the line, it threw off Sincola's rhythm just a little.
9-4.
9-4. Now McGuffin really putting the stranglehold on Sincola in game 2. And there it is, another clean winner, inside out forehand from McGuffin. It's like he's hit this shot a million times over. He's got it down to an exact science, and now we find ourselves with McGuffin serving at game point and match point, up 10-4. Overcooked that forehand just a little bit, so he's going to give the ball back to Sincola as he takes his time picking it up, and I'm sure he's just scratching his head as to what he can do to bring this game a little closer. Down 6 right now, which is a mountain of points against top-rated McGuffin. There's one. He's got to stack a couple points in a row together to have even a chance at this game, too. Right now, he's still a long way off. It's 5-10. That's a great ball, but McGuffin just really playing well at this point. He took all the pace off of that Sincola forehand, dropping it right over into the blue non-volley zone area.
10-5.
McGuffin is just absolutely wearing out his opponents with that forehand. Look at this replay as that ball sails long off of McGuffin's forehand. Love that fire fight between these two guys at the end there. 11-2, 11-5. McGuffin's going to move on once again. A big deep breath, I'm sure, from McGuffin as he realizes he's going to move through the bracket without having to face off with number 1 in the world, Ben Johns. That's got to be a sigh of relief for all the players. This is Scott Golden bringing you all the live action at the Oasis Beach and Pickleball Club in Rockwell, Texas. Next up, we've got the Flying Frenchman Jay DeVilliers versus the Florida native J.W. Jansen. It's going to be a great match. Stay tuned as that's up next.
I love this game. The friends I've met along the way, the places it's taken me. This game is all about community. Duper is partnering up to grow the community, to bring accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Duper's rating system starts off with accuracy, setting up for success right from the beginning. That's how you make every match count.
Selkirk's mission has always been to fuel the pickleball obsession found inside every player.
There is a growing community of pickleball players who consume as much pickleball content as they possibly can.
And that's why we are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. It's pickleball's original and only free TV app. This is 24/7 pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Having this tournament here in Colorado is absolutely awesome because it just increases the exposure for pickleball in the state of Colorado.
Again, a huge personal thank you to everybody here.
Yo, I'm telling you, Gates Tennis Center, beautiful facility. We got all the pros here. It's been non-stop battles on the courts, on center court, on all the other courts they got, man. Nothing but fun here in Denver at the PPA Championship.
I just say the community is pretty amazing. I've never been in a place where pickleball has really been like the center focus, and with 1,000 people or more here, all pickleball lovers, it's the first for me. It's awesome.
Oh man, it's so great being here, but having all the pros here that only ever get to see on Facebook and YouTube, and actually having them here in person, getting to interact, getting to see their amazing games, it's fantastic. It's wonderful. PPA has to come back to Denver next year.
Yeah, watching the pros, getting to, be so close to them, like up close and viewing, it's just great playing to watch.
It's a phenomenal environment, phenomenal vibe. It's a great experience here at Gates Tennis Facility with the PPA.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Scott Golden bringing you all the live action here today at the PPA Texas Open. Let's start with our referees. We've got head referee Rebecca Madalena. Her second referee is going to be Julia Morgan, opposite of Rebecca. And our two professional athletes on the court right now, Jay, the Flying Frenchman de Villiers versus the South Florida boy, J.W. Jansen. This is a matchup we've seen before many times, actually, in recent months, as both these guys have played in semifinals and finals against each other. J.W. Jansen came on the scene about a year ago and has steadily climbed to the top of the ranks. Jay de Villiers has been at the top for quite a while now, but always love watching Jay de Villiers, the Flying Frenchman out of Wichita. I first met Jay at Chicken and Pickle. He was the head pro there, and we played some games together. We won 11-0 off the serve. That's the only time I've ever done that in 5 years in pickleball. Nice, crisp backhand from J.W. Jansen there. Just a clean put away. Jay DeVilliers had no chance. He left that ball up a little too much. The caliber of play from these two is phenomenal. Just watching them live in front of us here. It's an excellent display of the athleticism and athletic prowess that these pro athletes possess in our sport. The control, the finesse, the power, it's all on display here on championship court. That is really well played there from J.W. Jansen as he crosses over and slaps that forehand down the line for a winner. 3-1 all of a sudden. Nice two-handed backhands, followed by a one-handed slice. And Jay taking that ball cross court wide for another point for the South Florida boy, J.W. Jansen, 18 years old. Was steadily climbing up the tennis ranks as a junior, practicing every day for hours on end, and discovered pickleball during the pandemic, essentially, with his family. His mother, Julie Jansen, is the #1 senior women's pro player on the APP Tour currently. She's won multiple titles. J.W. Jansen also has a sister named Georgia Jansen, who plays at the now professional level. She's not reached quite the status that J.W. has, but she's still an exceptional player at just 14 years old. Jay lifting that one a little too high, and J.W. taking advantage. One thing you're going to notice is Jay DeVilliers on the far side is full of passion and emotion. J.W. Jansen is stoic often with very little to no emotion. Whether he's winning or losing, you really wouldn't know unless you're looking at the scoreboard, because he is going to be the same emotional balance most every time. So far, Jay DeVilliers is just a little bit off with his shots. He's missing long, he's missing wide, and that currently is the difference in this first game as J.W. Jansen up 5-1. It's evident that he's playing with supreme confidence after, to my knowledge, he's the only singles pro player in recent years to beat Ben Johns. He beat him in Oregon at an APP event not too long ago. And since that time, he has really skyrocketed up through the ranks, and just his confidence overall, I think, has really served him well. He's always had the skill, but sometimes mentally he would have breaks in his game mentally, and that would cause some of the losses. But you can just see the shots that he's hitting right now is just ultimate confidence exuding out of his pores. 6-1 as he's up on the flying Frenchman. DeVilliers, that one missing by at least an inch. Don't ever count Jay DeVilliers out, though, as he's got that white and red Vulcan paddle in his hand. Always a dangerous threat to make a run. But right now, his shots are just not dialed in the way he had hoped. Again, I think J.W. Jansen, the difference in this game right now is just the crisp shots from J.W., the consistency, and the lack of unforced errors from Jansen has pulled him ahead 7-1. Another one, 8-1 now, as he's got that Franklin paddle really stroking the ball well, finishing these rallies with confidence and precision. We're going to take a Jigsaw Health hydration break, and we'll be back after this.
It's pickleballparrot.com.
Bruh, don't you want to watch pro pickleball?
Please, Patrick, you don't have to make that sound anymore. I mean, I get the point. People need a simple way to find the details for live pro pickleball events.
Exactly. And that's why we need to figure out how to spell Brock.
Does it start with a B or a W?
I don't know. It might be both. Check.
I hear at least 3, maybe 4 A's.
Guys, it's not a real word.
But we still have to figure out how to spell it. Brock. Look, just wait until you see the video we're gonna make.
All right, you guys, let's do this. Gotta return the suit by 5.
Brock?
All right, we're back to the action as J.W. Jansen is in complete control at the moment in game 1. It is 8-1. A little bit shocking. I'm not surprised that J.W. Johnson's winning. I'm just surprised at the moment that it's 8-1. Jay DeVilliers off to a little bit of a rocky start, only getting 1 point on the scoreboard at this point in the match. He's got to pick it up here. But J.W. Jansen, it's just amazing to watch him move on the court. He's so well put together. He orchestrates his game plan almost to perfection so far. That ball missing on his two-handed backhand. I like that he mixes it up. He goes from a two-handed backhand to a one-handed backhand slice. J.W. Jansen letting that one fly, sticking that finger up in the air, which is the universal indicator that the ball is out. Score is 9-1. This is a little shocking to me. I'm taken back just a little by the dominating performance here from J.W. Jansen against a top performing pro, Jay DeVilliers, as he's unable to get off one for quite some time now. There it is right there. That's what Jay DeVilliers needed. Sometimes you need that little bit of spark to get you going, and that forehand roll past Jansen could be exactly what he needs to make a run and get back in this first game. He just seems to me like he's not in full beast mode, if you will, just yet. J.W. Jansen looking very sharp, applying lots of pressure and executing his game plan just the way he wanted, the way he envisioned it, I'm sure. score is 9-3. Oh, that ball rolling over. Just an unfortunate situation there for Jay DeVilliers, but J.W. Jansen getting all the friendly rolls right now. Everything going his way as it's game point. We're going to take a Jigsaw Health hydration break, and we'll be back after this.
Hey, Simone. I got your new paddle.
Ele comprou tua raquete nova.
Diz pra ele que é legal, né?
It's cool.
Could she sign it?
Ele quer que tu assine.
Mas já tá assinada.
She said she already signed it.
But I did not see her sign it myself personally.
Esse gringo que eu assine a raquete nem sabe falar meu nome direito.
She says she'll sign it if you can say her last name correctly.
Jardim. Jardim? Jardine? Chardon? Garden? Jedi?
Thanks for joining us here on Championship Court at the Texas Open all day today, bringing you the live action. Let's watch game point here, 10-3, Jansen. Wow, what deception there, as J.W. Jansen thought that Jay DeVilliers was going back cross court, and Jay held it to the last second, going down the line for a winner, and getting the ball back now with a chance to close the gap. That's too good from Jansen. Jay DeVilliers, I didn't even know if that ball was going to come back into play. But he found a way to get it over, and then J.W. Jansen cleaned it up. That ball was hit so hard it went under the bleachers, and nobody going to retrieve it so far. So, again, another game point. Second game point opportunity for J.W. Jansen. And that one going out. 11-3 finish. Dominating performance in game one from J.W. Jansen. A little shocked that the game ended 11-3 as DeVilliers was just a tad bit off on his rhythm. But I expect and anticipate a much different Jay DeVilliers for game two. I would almost anticipate that we're going to go 3 games. You never know in pickleball. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back for game 2 after this.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Make me color, make me glow, make me glow, make me glow. Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those good vibes.
That's a great point by Tyson McGuffin.
I got that glow.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
Okay, after that short commercial break, we are back for game 2. It looks like Johnson's going to be serving the first rally, kicking off now. Jay DeVilliers already talking to himself, saying, let's get off to a good start. He wants to put his best foot forward as he's down a game. That's really 2 well-hit balls from Jay DeVilliers, and J.W. Jansen just fights off every attack from the Flying Frenchman. Unbelievable defense there. Cannot believe he actually won that point. Those balls were well struck from DeVilliers. Oh, that one too good from de Villiers as he goes cross court for a clean winner and a chance to get on the board first in game 2. I'm not sure he can play much better than that. There's first blood drawn from Wichita boy Jay de Villiers. Oh boy, this is looking much different than it was in game 1 as Jay de Villiers getting his shots dialed in now. He's hitting his spots. He knows exactly the way he wants to execute, and so far he's taken a 2-point advantage because of that. And there's another ball. Jay bouncing back really strong from that game 1 loss. This is exactly what you want to see if you're a viewer at home. You want to see the player that struggled in game 1 come back strong, and that's what we're seeing at the moment. Jansen fighting off that explosion of shots from de Villiers. A good start for de Villiers, and Jansen missing a serve. That's very uncharacteristic of all of these pros, but especially JW. And then Jay de Villiers following it up with his own missed serve. I guess he is eye for an eye type of guy. In this situation, you don't want to give back what the opponent gives you. That was what I would call a forced error, because J.W. Jansen put that ball a little further out wide than de Villiers hoped. He was not able to control that Durafast 40 like he wanted to. I love the energy, and the footwork is good right now from de Villiers starting game 2. It looks like he's going to use a timeout, though, at 1-3. So we're going to take this opportunity to use a Jigsaw health hydration break, and we'll be back after this.
So, how has everyone been coping?
Well, been playing a ton of Scrabble.
Netflix. Lots of Netflix.
I just sit and stare out the window.
Don't you already do that anyways?
Guys, that's what we're here for, to help support each other. Injuries can happen anytime when you give 100%. But don't worry, you'll all get back on the pickleball court soon.
Whatever. What's your injury?
Oh, I'm not injured. I'm just here for the donuts.
All right, we're back to the action. Jay de Villiers starting strong with a good deep slice return, forcing Johnson's ball out wide. Score is 3-2. Oh boy, that's tough. Really well played there from Jansen as he controlled the non-volley zone. I think that's where he's going to have his most successful exchanges. He has a lot of power on that Franklin paddle. He possesses a lot of control as well, so when you combine the two, it's a good combination. That's the second time that I have seen de Villiers take a kitchen shot and lift it a little too high to the forehand of Jansen, and Jansen just puts it away.
3-3. Side out.
All right, 3-3 as Jansen closes the gap, but then with an unforced error on that return, it gives the lead back to de Villiers. looked out to the referee as well. I thought it might have dipped in, but I'm about 75 feet away, so I do not have the best angle there. Always good for the player hitting it to ask the referee if they saw it. I think this is where DeVilliers can gain the upper hand as they play the cat and mouse game. Jansen by no means is bad at the cat and mouse game, but I think the length and athleticism of DeVilliers might be an advantage there up at the non-volley zone. Both players really, honestly, pretty strong at that game as well. 3-4, a slight advantage for the Flying Frenchman. Jay really focused here in game 2. He knows how big every shot is for him. It's absolutely crucial that he plays his best pickleball right now, as he does not want to go down in flames to J.W. Jansen in 2 games. And right now, we're seeing a power struggle back and forth in game 2, but just from my observations, DeVilliers is just a little sharper in game 2 right now with the 2-point advantage. You can tell he really wants this game. And Jansen has been known to be a little streaky at times. He came out strong in game 1. Now in game 2, he is faltering just a bit. But make no mistake, it's the applied pressure from that Vulcan paddle and Jay DeVilliers that's causing the difference in this score right now at 7-3. 4 points doesn't seem like a lot, but against a top-tier player like DeVilliers, it's a lot of points to overcome, especially in singles. Nice recovery there, but Jansen's, again, his touch, his finesse, his ability to just drop that ball in soft like we just saw on that replay is phenomenal. If you've ever played the game of pickleball, you know how difficult it is to control that ball like that. These guys make it look so easy. I will say that that's another missed serve, but there is some wind factoring in now, so possibly the wind is taking control of some of these serves, pushing them out of bounds. Players doing a good job of controlling the ball still, for the most part. Jansen, I didn't even think had the angle on that around the post with his backhand. He did flick it around the post successfully, but it goes long. That is another missed shot from Jansen, increasing the lead now to 9-3.
9-3.
Too good from J.W. Jansen, South Florida native out of Delray Beach, Florida area. Good control of the non-volley zone there from Jansen. He just puts so much pressure because he goes sideline to sideline with such accuracy. You really have to be on your A game every shot with Jansen. This is really high-level play in game 2 from the Flying Frenchman, Jay DeVilliers. As game 1, he was not at his best, but the mark of a champion is someone who bounces back, forgets the first game, and takes control of the second game the way he is. And now, with the blink of an eye, it's game point, 10-4. As we suspected, this is likely to go 3 games. It's not a guarantee, it never is. We've seen massive comebacks, players down 10-1 and come back and win 12-10, but more than likely we're gonna see a game 3. The way DeVilliers is playing right now, it would indicate that. I think he needs to stay away from the high backhand of Jansen, as Jansen has such a harsh angle back cross court. It gives DeVilliers no opportunity to play that next shot. DeVilliers overcooking that forehand. It's 5-10. As I said, it's never over till it's over. Jansen not going anywhere as of this point. De Villiers with his signature jumping Ernie backhand. There's the replay, dumps it into the net. I think the timing was slightly off. Also, Jansen keeping that ball close to the net, not allowing De Villiers to really get on top of that ball and roll it for a winner. Yeah, I think he made a mistake by grabbing that ball out of the air. He was a little off balance. Now, all of a sudden, it's 7-10. We're going to take a chance to look at Jay De Villiers, the Flying Frenchman's spotlight card here. He's 26 years of age, 6'3". He's originally out of France, as he can speak French, Spanish, and English to 3 different people, all standing side by side. Phenomenal to be able to do that. He's one of our rare players that can speak 3 languages. He's got 0 PPA titles, but hopefully that's going to change in the near future. And as of today, his earnings in the PPA standings is $8,300. He has done really well at a lot of the APP tournaments, has won some titles in APP, has yet to capture that elusive title with the PPA. But today, Ben Johns, world #1 singles player, is not in the bracket due to scheduling conflict, where he took the day off to do a final exam for college, as he's still a student in college making $250,000+ a year, as he indicated in that interview. But anyway, we're going to get back to the action now. There is a strong put away from De Villiers, as you see on that replay. He slid around the non-volley zone, staying out of that kitchen area to hit that side Ernie / overhead winner. And there it is. A lot easier than he would have expected on that missed return from Jansen. So we had 2 fairly lopsided games. Game 1 going to Jansen 11-3. Game 2 in big favor of Jay De Villiers 11-7. And we're going to see a Game 3 after we take this commercial break. Scott Golden will be back to the action in a minute.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
The pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving. Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
All right, we're back to the action for Game 2. I'm sorry, Game 3. We just saw Game 2 in favor of De Villiers, and now he's off to the same type of start that he got in Game 2 here in Game 3. And now it's 2-0, and you can see the bounce in De Villiers' step as he is back to the line, ready to serve at 2-0. That's a great shot. He went right into the body of Jansen. I think oftentimes they go angle sideline to sideline, but that one he decided to go right into the body. Worked out well in his favor. There's a nice put away, and now he's getting the ball after a 3-point run from the Flying Frenchman out of Wichita. You can see the focus in both players' eyes as game 3 is now on them. There's the cat and mouse, but Jay DeVilliers seeing a window to execute that flying Ernie as he often does. That was a forehand put away past Jansen. Now getting the ball back up 3. He is ready to go.
Side out. Zero, 3. Point. 1-3.
All right, a back and forth exchange at the non-volley zone. An error from J.W. Jansen, giving the ball back to DeVilliers. I believe it's 3-0 still. Just off to my left, Zane Navratil playing. Cannot see his opponent. I think it's Thomas Wilson. These guys really battling right now. That angle just too good from Jansen on that forehand put away. Jansen finding his way onto the board now in game 3. That one sails after DeVilliers putting a lot of pressure on that forehand slap shot, if you will.
3-1.
That's good.
Side out.
All right, 1-3. Oh, so good. Jansen tracking that ball. This could end. Oh, that ball too good from DeVilliers as he puts that harsh backhand slice on it with a good angle. Jansen not able to get that one to stay in.
3-1.
Another one from DeVilliers. He's tightening the noose in game 3. You can see the intensity from DeVilliers. He came out very flat in game 1. Did not look to be himself. A lot of unforced errors, a lot of missed opportunities, but he is taking full advantage of the opportunities now in game 3. He's hitting stride. Got a side out after that forehand missed wide. Score is now 1-4. Nice recovery from Jansen there, but again, DeVilliers using the maximum amount of space available to him on this 20-foot wide pickleball court as he's stretching Jansen out sideline to sideline. There is a good response from Jansen. After he gets that, he takes a big deep breath. He needs to keep this game close as de Villiers is in full swing. These guys doing cat and mouse at the non-volley zone. As good as you're going to see, the two of these players are exceptional at the baseline. They're exceptional at the non-volley zone. There's not a lot of weaknesses in both these players' games. That one's sailing long. Jay thought he had it. He asked the referee, Rebecca Madalena, and she agreed the ball was out. That one, however, stayed in as J.W. Jansen looking to close that gap now. All right, he's reeled it in just a tad. It's 2-4. That ball just getting to the non-volley zone, to the baseline, I apologize. And then de Villiers drops it into the non-volley zone. Double bounce. Jansen caught back at the baseline just a little too long.
Side out. 2-4.
Score is deadlocked at 2-4 right now. Jansen's got to stay close because de Villiers is really heating up here in game 3. He's took that momentum from game 2 and has carried it over so far. He's got a 2-point advantage and he's looking to increase that lead right now. That return just missing. Jansen with a little self-talk. Nice two-handed return. De Villiers' forehand has been really good in game 3, but that one not executed well.
2-5.
Score is now 2-5. I tell you what, that ball looked like it could have been called out to me, but Jay plays it. It skips off the baseline, and de Villiers misses that return. So now it's again a 2-point advantage.
Point. Give me some time. Sure. Thank you.
All right. Jansen taking his time getting back over. It's now 4-5. Oh boy, that's tough. I don't think Jansen was prepared for that ball to come flying by him. He went to, I guess, throw that lob up as a last resort.
Side out. 4-5.
Nice deep return, but Jansen coming in attacking. I love how he closed on that ball and did not give his opponent de Villiers time to recover and respond. Clips off the end of that Vulcan paddle. So now, after a 5-2 advantage from de Villiers, it's tied 5-5.
Side out.
Jansen rushing that serve just a little bit, giving the ball back now.
5-5. Point. Gentlemen, that is 6. You have 1 minute to change hands. 1 minute.
In pickleball, the last thing I want to think about when I'm playing is cramping or if you're able to perform 100%. Last US Open, I was playing singles and I was feeling like my right calf was getting like really stiff. And I was just like, okay, how can I help my body to perform better? When I start taking Jigsaw products, I'm gonna have energy, I'm gonna have good endurance, and I don't have to worry about me being tired or I'm gonna cramp, so I can just play 100%. You only have one body, so you need to take care of it.
Jerseling.
Jardim.
Jardine.
Simone Jardim.
Simone Jardiling.
Simone Jardim. Esses gringos não sabem falar teu nome, não?
Ah, tu não tem noção das coisas que eu escuto. Hardem, Jardim.
Jardim. I knew I heard it. I got it. Simone Jardim. I don't know how she doesn't know how to say her name.
Now he's going to give the ball back with a 1-point advantage. And Jansen with another missed serve. I cannot believe he's had 2 missed serves in crucial parts of this game 3. He's able to get that ball back unscathed, though. If you miss that serve, it's imperative that you win the next rally so that you don't have any damage done from that missed serve. Oh, there's a friendly roll off this Vulcan-sponsored net. That friendly roll goes against Vulcan-sponsored player Jay DeVilliers. Jansen clearly took a big sigh of relief as that ball clipped and stayed in, and now he's tied it up at 6-6. This is definitely the type of game that you want to see on championship court. And now Jansen has weathered the early storm of DeVilliers and has now taken the lead late, 7-6.
7-6.
Really well played by Jansen. You know, it looked like DeVilliers might run away with game 3, but Jansen in the blink of an eye has now turned the tide. We're going to take a commercial break, this Jigsaw Health hydration break, and we'll be back after this.
Did anyone see you? Nice. Want to go drive a forklift?
And we're back with J.W. Jansen having a 2-point advantage in game 3. He's serving now to Jay DeVilliers. Jay DeVilliers leaving that ball again too high, giving J.W. Jansen a chance to attack that ball right into the midsection of the Flying Frenchman. Now a 3-point advantage. Oh, that is a clean winner on the forehand of J.W. Jansen, an inside-out forehand sweeping past De Villier's backhand, and now we've got a game point and a match point. Up 10-6 and in control, J.W. Jansen. I actually thought that De Villiers came out really well established. He got out to a 3-0 lead and now finds himself in a 4-point gap, 4-point hole. And Jansen, cool, calm, collected as always. You never can count this kid out. 18 years old, out of South Florida, the Delray Beach area. And he has since given up tennis, it seems like, and he's pursuing a professional career in pickleball. We're going to see how this point plays out in front of us. This next rally is going to be crucial for De Villiers to get the ball back. And that timeout served him well, as that is the 4th missed serve, I believe, from Jansen in this series. All De Villiers needs is a small window to take advantage of, as he does right there. That ball dipping in just inside the line. Well executed inside-out forehand as a response to J.W. Jansen and his missed serve. That's another good one from De Villiers, as he is really fired up right now. He's closed the gap to 8-10. Oh boy, that's tough. That's a great response from Jansen, as I thought De Villiers hit a clean winner. I really did. I thought that ball was going to dip over the net, and Jansen may not even get a paddle on it. And now we find ourselves staring at Jansen serving for the 2nd game point and match point. Beautiful serve, deep to the baseline. But that ball missing from Jansen. It was right down the line. That ball missed by half an inch or less. Now De Villiers with another chance to close this 2-point gap. Oh boy, that was really nice. De Villiers lifting that last one a little too much, giving the ball back now for the 3rd game point and match point off the paddle of Jansen. Good recovery there from De Villiers. Staying patient, both these guys. And that one sails long. The crowd liked that exchange as well as De Villiers. Jansen, not so much, as he's now given the ball back for the 3rd time, I believe, and a chance for De Villiers to take some of that momentum into his serve at 8-10. Let's watch how this unfolds. Oh, that's too good. A great response from Jansen as he gets the ball right back with 0 damage done. De Villiers had to work extremely hard to get that opportunity, and he gave it right back to Jansen. Now the 4th match point underway. And there it is, a clean inside-out winner, just like we saw earlier from Jansen. And that's it. De Villiers is going to fall victim to the 18-year-old phenom and professional pickleball rock star J.W. Jansen out of South Florida. He moves on in the winner's bracket. Jansen showing his skill and his composure in big matches in Game 3 against the Flying Frenchman, as De Villiers now going to drop down into Consolation. Next up, we've got Annalie Waters squaring off against Irina Tereshenko in a first-round matchup as the Women Pro Singles Day kicks off at 11:30 Central. We'll see you guys back soon. This is Scott Golden on Championship Court, bringing you all the live action all day long.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it, haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
I absolutely love this paddle. Me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the paddle. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, spin, it's just propelled my game, helps me drive the ball.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with, particularly the face. It's really something new, the carbon fiber surface. It really allows you to grip the ball.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Duper is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Duper the go-to pickleball rating system. From rec play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Making a
All right, this is Scott Golden bringing you all the live action here on Championship Court. Looks like Ron Ponder is our referee for this one. This is the start of women's pro singles. I thought they were starting at 11:30. It's actually 11 a.m. Central Time now. So they are going to be kicking off. It looks like Tereshenko is going to be serving first. Oh, Tereshenko with a beautiful cross-court forehand for a winner. I think Annalie Waters believed she had hit a ball that Tereshenko could not get cross-court, but she was able to execute that to perfection. Getting on the board first, 1-0. All right, Tereshenko getting one early and giving it back now to Waters. You may be wondering, why is this a first-round matchup? Well, Waters has not gained a ton of PPA points so far. And they took a little bit of time off in 2020 with COVID, and so her and her mom are a little bit lower on the rankings right now. But that does not mean her skill set is low, as Annalie Waters has been absolutely on fire as of late. But this is not a matchup that you would typically see in a first round. But Tereshenko is going to have her hands full with 15-year-old Annalie Waters out of South Florida. Tereshenko hails out of California. She's been a long-time sponsored player with Paddletech, as well as the Waters. They have pretty much been full-blown Paddletech since their beginning days. As always, Annalie Waters looking sharp. Her mother's here with her today, not playing singles, but dressed to the tee. And Lee Waters, you know, this is funny. I saw a picture they posted from about 3 years ago when Annalie was, I think, 11 years old. And her mother actually took gold here at the Texas Open. And it was phenomenal to see that memory, because there's Annalie doing what she does. But Annalie was 11, and she looked like a tiny tot. And her mom was able to beat her in the gold medal match, which was crazy. But now, fast forward 3 to 4 years, and now here she is, 15 years old, at the top of the sport, doing amazing things in pickleball and really progressing the sport forward in unbelievable ways. So one of her specialty shots, as you just saw, is that two-handed backhand roll. She can also take a forehand and roll it off the court as well. That is why she's such a dynamic player. She also sets her points up and constructs the points, I think, as good or better than anybody out there. And in singles, she just doesn't get tired. But that right there, what you just saw, is just beautiful execution. She hits the ball solid every single time in the middle of that Paddletech paddle. I believe she's going to be the face of pickleball if she's not already in another year or two. There may not be anybody that can compete with her. And as you can see, on video, it may look like that ball's not traveling that fast, but in reality, live, when you're seeing it in person, when a professional like Irina Tereshenko can't even put a paddle on it, that's how aggressive that shot is. She slipped trying to go back the other way. That's going to be the difference in this match, is can Irina Tereshenko control the narrative and not allow 15-year-old Annalie Waters to dictate the points from start to finish. And Tereshenko, I think, taking a good time out there because she started off strong, up 1-0, looked like she was going to be in control. And then Annalie Waters, once she gets that motor running and revved up, it's hard to slow her down as she is displaying a 7-1 advantage now. She went on a 7-0 tear. And that's what she does. She leaves the ball low, unattackable, to where you cannot do much with it. Tereshenko just looking absolutely distraught at the moment. And also right there on the return, after her return, she just stayed at the baseline. You cannot do that against top-tier players. Annalie Waters noticed she stayed back. She hit a deep ball, moved up to the non-volley zone, and then controlled the point from there, easily winning it. So she's absolutely in control right now in game one. Again, I think just controlling the points is going to be a huge, huge advantage if Annalie Waters can do that from the start of the serve to the end of that rally, as she's now up 10-1 with game point on the line. Yeah, beautiful return, but that third shot was also on point. But Tereshenko finally getting something to go her way. Now down 9. She's got to string a few points together. Even if she doesn't win this first game, she's got to use this end of this game to create some momentum for herself going into game 2. I think Annalie Waters has such control over this plastic ball. She can return the ball anywhere she wants. It puts a lot of pressure on the opponent to hit their next shot. You really almost feel bad for Tereshenko having to play Annalie Waters in the first round. I don't know that that would normally be the case, but since the Waters don't have as many points built up with the PPA right now, they're able to get some good first-round matchups for themselves. But it's really a disadvantage to Tereshenko to have to play her in the first round. That's not who you want to see, obviously, as that score was lopsided 11-1. And we're going to take a quick commercial break. This is Scott Golden here on Championship Court, and we'll be back after these commercials.
Appointment at footsolutions.com.
All right, guys, we are back to the action. Ron Ponder going to get these ladies kicked off for this next one. Here we go. Start of game 2. Waters going to be serving first. There's a good start from Tereshenko as she's able to capture that first rally and get the ball back on her side for the first serve of game 2 for her. Oh boy, this is tough. Great point by these ladies right now. And Tereshenko with a beautiful forehand down the line on the run, making the most of that opportunity. She's on the board first, as she was also in game 1, but the difference between game 1 and game 2 has got to be significant. We've got some wind into the face of Tereshenko here for game 2 that can either help you or hurt you depending on your style. When we started at 8 a.m. this morning, there was absolutely no wind. We've got a little bit of wind picking up now. Tereshenko doing a much better job, again, of getting up there now and controlling the narrative from the non-volley zone, keeping Annalie Waters at bay so far. All right. A 2-point advantage now early in game 2. Tereshenko's got to keep this up as Annalie Waters is a dangerous threat at any point to make a run. Really well placed from Tereshenko. I love that inside out forehand. She works around that ball, whipping it into that non-volley zone with some pace. It's dipping at the feet of Annalie Waters. She wasn't able to control that. So now a 3-0 lead for Tereshenko. Again, another good ball. We've got a timeout called from Waters as it's 4-0 in favor of Tereshenko. I think she started off a little shaky in game 1, but she's reeled it in now, and we're up 4-0 as we're going to take this Jigsaw Health hydration break, and we'll be back for game 2 next.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am.
I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun.
All right, we are back after that 60-second timeout from Annalie Waters. Tereshenko going to be serving at 4-0. I like that loopy serve. Boy, that's so good, as Tereshenko was able to track that first ball, but she wasn't able to get it back over unattackable, and Annalie Waters utilizing that timeout to the best of her ability. Waters was absolutely on fire, could not miss in game 1. We've seen a few unforced errors now. Now, still 4-0 with a chance to increase this lead. I think Tereshenko's looking much better than she was in game 1 already. She's moving the ball around well. And there is a good one-handed backhand slice. I think Annalie Waters stopped on a dime, trying to go back the other direction. Tereshenko recognizing that, able to go the other way with it for a winner. That is amazing, skillful play by both ladies, but Tereshenko gaining the upper hand and now up 5-0. I love to see the bounce back in game 2 from Tereshenko, as she got absolutely walloped in game 1, score of 11-1, but now she's finding herself ahead 5-0 as the tide is turned. Annalie Waters waiting patiently to serve as Tereshenko finishes tying her shoes. And there is the start of what could potentially be a run for Annalie Waters here in game 2, as she is previously had not been able to get on the board up until that forehand roll past the paddle tech paddle of Tereshenko. And now here we are, finding ourselves watching Annalie Waters construct her own run here as she's put on the board now 2 points, closing that 5-0 gap to now just 3. Oh, that is awesome angles from Tereshenko as she puts that ball way over there on the sideline. Waters not even able to get close to it. After that hold, she's going to serve at 5-2. And that is just too good. Tereshenko really feeling it right now in game 2 as she's hitting all her spots, finding little windows to increase this lead now to 4. Annalie Waters with her own response as she's now Tereshenko looking like she's taking her time here. 2-6. All right, 6-2. Tereshenko looking a little bit winded at the moment, taking her time between points. Annalie Waters, at just 15 years old, very much in shape and is ready to go point to point. Doesn't even look like she's even taking any big breaths. It's now 3-6. The wind picking up on the side from Annalie, blowing from her back towards the face of Tereshenko as Tereshenko hits that beautifully executed ball. Waters couldn't recover on it, so now only a 1-point damage done on the offensive side for Waters. 6-3 Tereshenko in game 2. Oh, that's beautiful. I thought that ball was actually going to sail long, and it dipped in. Too good from Annalie Waters as she hammers that overhead and gets the ball back now, down 3 in game number 2. Oh my goodness, that is amazing control of that two-handed backhand, as I thought she overhit that ball, and it just dipped right inside about 3 to 4 inches, forcing a timeout from Tereshenko as it's now a 2-point differential in favor of Tereshenko. We're going to take a Jigsaw Health hydration break, and we'll be back after this.
For me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
I absolutely love this pattern. For me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the paddle. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, spin, it's just propelled my game, helps me drive the ball.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with, particularly the face. It's really something new, the carbon fiber surface. It really allows you to grip the ball.
As you take a look at Annalie Waters ready to serve, she's now gotten control of the second game. She's still down 2, but she's looking like she wants to take this over as she rips that forehand for a clean winner. It's 5-6 now, and Tereshenko, where she felt probably more comfortable at 6-2, now it's a 1-point game, and Annalie Waters is looking really, really sharp here, bouncing around. As you can see, Tereshenko taking her time. Oh, that's so good from Tereshenko, as she's able to just take the pace off of that drive from Waters and dump it in the blue area of that non-volley zone. Bounced twice before Waters even had a chance at it. That ball missing barely. Thanks to everybody for joining us live on the broadcast. We are in Rockwall, Texas, the live music capital of North Texas. As we watch a very exciting Game 2, Annalie Waters letting out a burst of emotion after that overhead put away. It's 5-6 now, as they have held each other off, staying locked at 5-6 for quite a while now. Beautiful. Tereshenko hits a nice deep backhand slice return, gets up there to that non-volley zone and controlled the point from there, able to get the ball back unscathed. Now it's 6-5. That ball missing, confirmed from referee Ron Ponder. Good call there from Tereshenko. 7-5 now. Big deep breath from Tereshenko as she serves up 2. That's a beautiful shot from Waters as she put it about midsection high right into the body of Tereshenko. Score is now 5-7. Another good backhand slice return, just that one sails long. Now another 1-point differential between the two. Annalie Waters is up a game on Tereshenko, and now in the blink of an eye it's tied 7-7. We're going to see how Tereshenko responds to this, as something mentally when it's tied is not what you want when you've lost the first game and you were up in the second game. But now Waters finding a way to get that ball to dribble over. As you can see on the replay there, that ball goes out wide. And now it's 8-7 in favor of the 15-year-old Annalie Waters. Nice exchange. Tereshenko getting that ball past Annalie Waters' forehand, and another chance to now change the tide. She's down 1 point and 1 game. She's got to figure out this game 2, as she does get a point there easily from the missed return of Waters. As Tereshenko's ties her shoe. I'll give you a couple fun facts about Rockwall. There's approximately 44,000 people that live in Rockwall, Texas currently. There's another missed return. One short into the net, one long with the wind behind Waters, and now we find ourselves at a Jigsaw Health hydration break. We'll be back 60 seconds from now. This is Scott Golden bringing you all the live action. See you soon. All right, Ron Ponder's going to get us back to the action as Tereshenko has a slight advantage in game 2. She's up 9-8 as they come back from this Jigsaw Health hydration break and timeout from Annalie Waters. Let's see if Tereshenko can put one more on the board and get her to a game point. A good timeout from Annalie Waters as she's now gotten the ball back, up a game, and down only 1 point. So a well-used timeout. Eight, 9. I wouldn't recommend going toe-to-toe too often with a 15-year-old prodigy in Annalie Waters, but that's exactly what we saw there. Tereshenko takes her time as she gets back to the baseline. Gets set for a 9-9 finish. I actually love that recovery from Annalie Waters. That is just too good. I love how she tracked that ball down, because Tereshenko hit kind of a looping forehand cross court. Annalie Waters got there and was able to roll it back cross court. We're just going to stay live for this one, as this timeout came really pretty expected, because Tereshenko had the ball at 9-8, and now the 15-year-old Annalie Waters has flipped the script on Tereshenko and is now up game point and match point at 10-9. So I think that's a well-used timeout from Tereshenko. She's going to take a big couple deep breaths, get some Jigsaw Health hydration. On the other side, you've got Annalie Waters taking some advice from her mother, Lee Waters. Tereshenko just sitting calmly, relaxed in her mind, I'm sure. But she's got to unlock the pieces of this puzzle if she wants a game 3. She finds herself in an absolute all-out war on championship court here in singles day at the PPA Texas Open. We are back after that 60 seconds now as both players are set up ready to go. Let's see what Tereshenko can do to try to get this ball back. Oh, that is well hit there on a two-handed backhand roll past Annalie Waters. Such good shot selection and discipline from Tereshenko, as now she's got a chance to tie this up. She's not taking full advantage of these offensive opportunities, as Waters now gets the ball for a second chance to close out game 2. It's game point, match point on the paddle of Waters. Yeah, good put away there from Tereshenko. The key to that exchange was the deep shot by Tereshenko right at the feet of Waters, forcing her to lift it up and allowing Tereshenko to hit that nice, smooth forehand overhead for a winner. I like the look right there. She goes two-handed down the line, just hit the highest part of the net at 34 inches. Tereshenko able to get that one. She said, what do I have to do to win this point? Because she's playing a phenomenal player in Annalie Waters. So it's 9-10 as she gets another offensive opportunity. She's got to make the most of it here. And she does, as that ball barely dips in. She hits the exact spot that she's hoping to hit, tying this ball game up now 10-10. This is the kind of game as a spectator that you want to see. Oh, I thought that ball was called. Yeah, ball was called good. That's what I thought. So 10-10 now. Oh, that's too good as Tereshenko lets that one go by. A come on from Annalie Waters, the 15-year-old phenom out of South Florida, also the Delray Beach area. Tereshenko recovers nicely after that one, but unable to ultimately get that ball. And now we find ourselves at game point and match point again. Instead of 10-9, it's now 11-10. And Waters looking to close this out. Tereshenko's got to give some resistance here and get the ball back. 11-10. Oh, that is so good from Annalie Waters. She closes it out in 2, 11-1, 12-10, I believe. And so we've got Ron Ponders doing the post-game confirmation. Tereshenko put up an amazing fight. We're going to take a break. This is Scott Golden bringing you all the live action here on Championship Court. We'll be back after this.
I love this game. The friends I've met along the way, the places it's taken me. This game is all about community. Duper is partnering up to grow the community, to bring accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Duper's rating system starts off with accuracy, setting up for success right from the beginning. That's how you make every match count.
Selkirk's mission has always been to fuel the pickleball obsession found inside every player.
There is a growing community of pickleball players who consume as much pickleball content as they possibly can.
And that's why we are launching Selkirk TV. which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. It's pickleball's original and only free TV app. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selmer.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am.
I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
All right, welcome back, Pickleball Nation. This is Scott Golden bringing you all this live action at the Oasis Beach and Pickleball Club here in Rockwall, Texas. And we have got a good matchup coming up. You've got the semifinals of their respective side of the bracket. I believe Tyson McGuffin and Zane Navratil are on the bottom side of the winner's bracket. The winner of this will go on to play the winner of J.W. Jansen and Rob Nunnery. Let's do a quick recap. Jay DeVilliers was taken down in 3 games by J.W. Jansen. Not totally a shocker, although J.W. and Jay have had epic battles in the past as well. J.W. Jansen will square off against Rob Nunnery on the top side, and the winner of that game plays the winner of the game we're about to see. Tyson McGuffin today has been absolutely on fire. His forehand inside-out drive has been fire so far against his opponents. He has taken down his opponents, Johnson Cola and Damian Spizzo, those 2 rounds, both in 2 games. He took down Spizzo 11-7, 11-5. He took down Sincola 11-2, 11-5. That was, I'm not surprised that McGuffin won that one, but I am a little surprised at the results of that. I thought it might go 3 games. Sincola has been on an absolute tear lately in singles, has been playing some of the best pickleball of his professional career, but McGuffin could not miss in both those games, taking down Sincola 11-2, 11-5. I am a little shocked at those results, but now McGuffin comes up against probably the biggest resistance of the day, as there is no Ben Johns in the bracket. As I stated earlier, he has got obligations to his academic career. As everybody knows, he's pulling in upwards of $250,000 as a junior in college, and that's well documented. He gave that stat live on a big interview, nationally televised interview, and so that is not a secret, but he has got a goal to complete his college degree, and he's going to do that. But now we're going to move on to this next matchup between Tyson McGuffin and Zane Navratil. We've got a barn burner ahead of us here. Each round that goes by, the quality and the caliber of play gets better and better. I expect this one to go every bit of 3 games. Zane with a nice chainsaw serve there. It didn't kick a ton, but it did have enough spin to throw McGuffin off on that first return of serve there. In the past, McGuffin has struggled some with guys like Zane Navratil, who can put a lot of forward momentum and heat on to McGuffin. He plays more of a cat and mouse type of game, and Zane wants to get into that firefight type of action, quick volley exchanges, and of course he can play the cat and mouse, but he's going to want to end these points early and often, as he knows that Tyson McGuffin likes to drag people into the deep waters. That ball was straight nasty from Zane Navratil, as Tyson literally missed completely on that return. That ball looked like it was going to kick to the left hip of McGuffin. All of a sudden, it kicks all the way back to the right in just dramatic fashion. Moved literally almost 2 feet on McGuffin. Zane Navratil taking advantage of that chainsaw serve for as long as he possibly can, because there's rumors that's going to get outlawed by 2022. Boy, that is so good from Zane Navratil right there, as he's showcasing that baby blue version of that Ben Johns edition paddle. Great exchange. Love the angle, the deceptive angle from McGuffin, is he misdirected that ball back towards the sideline. Zane Navratil as quick as anybody in the game, not able to handle it though. I think Tyson McGuffin needs to look to extend some of these points and really look to drop the ball maybe more than drive past Zane, as he's so quick. It's going to be hard to pass Zane Navratil in these, especially in these types of conditions. The wind blowing, so it's going to push a lot of McGuffin's balls long. That right there was one of the nastiest two-handed backhands I've seen all day, as he just gets full torque and full extension on that. Clean winner from Navratil. It's 4-0. Oh, I like that. A third shot lob with some pace. The wind really picking up right now. I'm not saying that's the full reason that McGuffin missed that, but between Zane having some backspin on that shot into the kitchen and then the ball with the wind kicking back towards the net, I believe that's going to force a timeout from McGuffin, as the score is now 5-0. The points have been good, but so far Zane Navratil with the upper hand. We're going to take a Jigsaw Health hydration break, and we'll be back after this.
Did anyone see you? Nice.
All right, guys, we are back to the action as Zane Navratil is in complete control, up 5-0 at this point. His ball is just whipping over the net at this point. Unbelievable forehand there. Tyson McGuffin down 6 after that exchange, and he is reeling right now. That ball sailing long.
Zane just on fire here, Scott.
So I've got Dave Weinbach joining me. Dave, this is singles day. I know occasionally you play singles, but typically you come in the day before, get your rec games in and practice in. But we're watching an awesome singles matchup here. Thanks for joining me in the booth. Right now, McGuffin has got the wind to his back going towards the face of Navratil, so I think he's got to recalibrate some of his shots.
Zane just on fire in every aspect of his game so far, Scott Golden. His serve, his returns have been sharp, his passing shots, he's really not giving McGuffin a chance to get back and claw his way back into game one here.
Yeah, we've seen a couple lopsided game ones. Let's see if McGuffin can change this narrative. Oh my goodness, that's so good from McGuffin to track that ball, but ultimately he couldn't keep that ball unattackable. And what happens with attackable balls, Dave?
You know, both players doing a great job there of court coverage. I thought Tyson on full run made a great get, but Zane anticipated very well that McGuffin was going to go cross court.
Again, I think just the dynamic right now, McGuffin's on the side with the wind coming towards the net, so it's going to project some of that. Oh, that's so close to going in. A full extension on the run. That one just missing wide, though.
Zane serve really giving McGuffin fits here this morning here in this game one. And it's not like McGuffin hasn't seen it, Scott. Many times these guys have played a lot of singles matches this year. But Zane has an innate ability to really change up the spin on his serves. And it's hard to predict. It's hard to read.
Oh, boy, that's disgusting. So I actually don't blame McGuffin for coming over to cover the sideline because he thought he was going around the post. All of a sudden, Zane flicks it back across his body. Unbelievable execution on that. Didn't you think he was going around the post?
I think initially he was, but he saw McGuffin move to his right, and he waited forever, as you saw, and then he just flicked it cross court for a flat-out winner.
I noticed when Navero turns his body away from his opponent to serve, the ball, he's usually trying to get the ball right into the middle part of the person's body and kicking into their body. It's a great serve. That's the one McGuffin missed completely earlier. He made a good adjustment on it there. And there's that forehand that I've been seeing all morning long from McGuffin.
He really kept that ball down and made Navero have to lift the ball to get it over the net. And that's such a huge key in this game, whether it's singles or doubles, is force your opponent to always have to lift the ball to get it over the net.
Look at that right there. That is well executed. Tyson looked like he was going to hit inside out. At the last minute, he turned that ball inside in, down the line past Navero's forehand.
We got a nice morning to play here, Scott. It's about 79 degrees, a nice cloud cover, a nice breeze. Supposed to get really warm and humid later today.
Right now, we've got definitely some good cloud coverage. Look at McGuffin not waiting. Guys, that's a little pro tip right there. If you get a ball that you can attack, you've got to take advantage and take that ball back past the opponent quickly, taking away time from them.
Oh, and McGuffin had a good look with his favorite inside-out forehand. Just clips the net, but that's the shot that he wants. (8-3).
So there's that ball that's when Zane turns away from his opponent. He's trying to, he turns when he goes to turn and hit that serve. He's not going to the sidelines. He's going right at them, and then it kicks into their body, causing a lot of trouble, just like that one.
I think that catches the edge of the line. It looked to me like it skipped off the line.
Zane kind of looking at the ref questioning, but I think that ball hit. I think if you can't call it out immediately like that and you're questioning it, it's probably one that you should call in. He's going to question it, which is good. I think that's not a bad strategy at all to question if that ball is legitimately in or out, because the ref, you never know what they might see.
Yep, and Zane just asked Tyson what he thought, and Tyson said, yeah, it was in.
I mean, of course he thought it was in.
Oh, nice return there by Zane. Boy, he generates such incredible angles off his two-handed backhand, and as you said earlier, he can go any direction with that two-handed backhand. He's as good at going inside out down the line as he is at drawing that ball cross court. Very similar to Annalie Waters, which you commented earlier this morning, and I agree with.
Yeah, she's got one of the deadliest cross-court rolls, forehand and backhand. I would give a slight advantage to her two-handed backhand, but Zane Navero just doing a phenomenal job placing the ball in precise spots exactly where he wants it. Zane's right now asking, did you even call the score? This referee in particular is not very loud, and so he's going to ask her politely, I'm sure, to say the score a little louder.
So we are 4-9 here in game one. Of course, this is a best 2 out of 3 games to 11.
Tyson going to that 34-inch part of the net. How important is it to make sure that you clear the net on these balls, because you're giving the opponent the ball right back?
As I often say, Scott Golden, you need to respect the net. R-E-S-P-E-C-T, T-H-E-N-E-T. Because if you hit it in the net, you're done. The point's over. I always say, make your opponent beat you. Don't beat yourself in this game.
Yeah, and in singles, you don't have that partner to get that second serve. It's only on you. So if you side right out and give the ball right back, you give momentum to the other team, and that's just really not what you want to do. You want to try to keep the ball on your side.
I always teach people, if you're going to miss a shot in this game, miss it a little high or a little long. Nothing short.
And right there, Tyson just overcooked that shot. He got exactly what he wanted. He rolled that forehand with some sharp pace over the net. It pops up, and he tries to close on it. But he did try to go down the line instead of cross-court. I think his better angle would have been cross-court, but Zane covered that cross-court. But that's what a good opponent does.
That's the fourth easy forehand drive that McGuffin has missed in this game. So let's keep an eye on that as this match progresses.
Yeah, and that's interesting because I've done the last 2 games on championship court for McGuffin, and that so far has been his biggest strength, is that down the line and cross court, inside out forehand. And boy, he has lit his opponents up. But Zane creates a different dynamic that he brings to the table with his speed, and you can't just hit whatever ball you want against Zane Navratil. He will get it back.
And that's what the best players do, is they force you into shots that you're uncomfortable with. And that's what pickleball is all about. It's about making less unforced errors than your opponent and forcing your opponent into mistakes, making your opponent uncomfortable. And that's what Navratil has done a phenomenal job of here in Game 1 in this men's singles semifinal.
Yeah, and it's 9-4, Dave. We're going to see if Tyson can at least keep this game close. Even if he doesn't win it, it can maybe create some momentum for Game 2. And we know McGuffin's not going anywhere. He is a guy who is always in the dogfight. He is a gritty player on the tour and one of the best at making big comebacks.
And
just so good.
I mean, that's a volley that he's going to make 9 out of 10 times. And he's just a little bit off here in Game 1. And credit to Navratil for forcing him to be a little bit off.
Absolutely.
Game point here in Game 1. That's a nice return deep down the middle, and the ball really stayed down.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that I've noticed as the bracket progresses through the day, the matchups get tighter and tighter, and the margin for error is smaller each time you hit the ball. That's because the caliber of play, as the bracket progresses, it gets stronger, and so 2 strong opponents end up clashing at some point in the bracket. And with the way the PPA has set up their format, you can no longer make a run back to the gold and double dip. So the best you can do is bronze. And these players know that. So as they're fighting tooth and nail, Dave, to gain that upper hand in these matches and go on to get to that gold medal match, because once you get there, you have arrived. You're going to be playing on Championship Sunday live on Fox Sports. I love that inside-out forehand from Tyson McGuffin. That's just too good. If Zane Navratil can't track that, Dave, that's just too good of a shot.
Yeah, Zane thought he was going to roll that down the line and committed early to his right and then just couldn't catch up to that ball. So let's see if McGuffin can make a run here in Game 1 and get a little momentum going into Game 2.
Yeah, and you never know. This game is far from over, Dave. It's, I believe 6-10. And, you know, the comebacks do happen in pickleball sometimes if a player gets hot at the right time. Not there, though. McGuffin leaving that ball a little too high on Navratil's backhand. To me, that's an easy put away. He just slapped it straight down the line for a winner.
Yeah, plus McGuffin is playing downwind, so that ball sailed about a foot higher than what he really wanted and gave Navratil an easy backhand put away. So here we go, game point.
And there it is, a missed return. Uncharacteristic, but against Zane Navratil is starting to become more of the norm. Guys, this is Dave Weinbach, joined by Scott Golden in the booth all day here, bringing you live pro singles action. The women's bracket's now kicked off. We saw Annalie Waters beat Irina Tereshenko in dramatic fashion earlier. We're back to the men's bracket, and we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back for Game 2 shortly.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Pay me color, make me glow, make me glow, make me glow. Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those good vibes.
That's a great point by Tyson McGuffin.
I got that glow.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
I think they're just warming up there. I think that's going to be next year. Leia and Callie next year, do you know? The other guys, semi?
The PT
Perfect.
Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including
I think it's
all
more than an hour
professional
behind.
tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
The pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving. Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our...
All right, guys, we're back to the action. Dave, I can't tell you how much I enjoy watching that cat and mouse game between two super athletic guys like Tyson McGuffin and Zane Navero.
Other than maybe Ben Johns because of his length, nobody covers the court better than these guys. I mean, I give Frank Anthony Davis a nod as great court coverage. He's not as dangerous offensively as these two. But it's so fun to watch these guys because you feel like you have to win the point 3 times against these guys because they cover and run down every ball.
I agree. Oh, good recovery from McGuffin there. Oh, my goodness. Look at this point. He's going to go cross-court with that one. And he gets that point. I thought the point was over when Zane went back cross-court on that hard forehand, but you never can count these guys out, Dave.
Not only did McGuffin get to that ball, he actually hit an offensive shot off of it.
Who could have ever thought that he was going to hit an offensive shot off of that?
You can tell early on here in Game 2, McGuffin is very determined and motivated to capture this game and force a decisive Game 3.
Yeah, he's poised right now, but Zane Navratil's going to give a lot of resistance. He's going to, every point, put pressure. That's kind of his MO. He wants to win these points early and often.
And Navratil now playing downwind. So I'm curious, Scott, you know, in singles, would you rather play downwind or into the wind, and why? What are your thoughts on that?
Me personally, I like to be wind in my face, personally. Downwind for me is a little tougher, but if you can control the ball when the wind's behind you, I think you have a distinct advantage because you're going to create a lot more pace with the wind behind you.
Interestingly, in singles, I actually prefer to be downwind because I can get more on my serve. It makes the returner harder, and it's a little bit easier to pass because you get more on the ball. In doubles, I actually prefer to be into the wind, and the reason I do is because the third shot drops come down a lot faster and make it more unattackable. Absolutely.
Nice forehand inside in, rolled the ball. Tyson McGuffin not able to handle it, so we've got a 3-2 advantage. That serve is disgusting, Dave.
It's one thing to get as much spin as he gets on it, Scott, but when he gets it in the corner, almost painting both lines, it's almost impossible.
There's not much you can do with it. We're going to see a timeout from McGuffin as he shakes his head. That's a second complete miss, and that's not what we're used to seeing at the pro level, honestly, but that's how good Zane Navratil's serve is.
It's a little demoralizing, Scott. I have to tell you, because I play against Zane a lot, singles and doubles. It's very demoralizing when, and somewhat embarrassing on a stage like this, when you whiff the return of serve. I mean, he wasn't even close to making contact with that ball, and what that does is it really affects a player's confidence going forward. So I think this is a great timeout by McGuffin here.
Yeah, but I agree 100%. I tell you what, I noticed. I played Zane Navratil for the second time in recent months, and the first time I saw his serve, I literally couldn't figure out where it was going, what it was doing. Had no real ability to anticipate any of it. I got some tips from some of the other pros that have seen Zane serve quite a bit more before I faced off against Zane the second time in the last few weeks now. And what I noticed is you can't just line up and try to return a serve now. You have to be paying attention to the mechanics of the hands, where they're going down or up, whether they're turning away from you. You have to really hone in on what Zane's doing over there. You can't just blindly go into it. And I think maybe McGuffin, has not quite unlocked those keys yet to anticipating which way the ball is going to bounce.
It's so hard with Zane because he disguises it really well. And as you said earlier, Zane needs to take advantage of that now, because come January 1, I don't think he's going to be able to hit these types of serves. Oh, in a line violation by Navratil with his left foot on the line.
And actually, I'm not even sure that it would have mattered if he didn't foot fault, because I think that ball landed in the back corner anyway, if I saw that correctly. So Tyson McGuffin lining up to serve at 3-2-3-4.
Oh, and that just misses wide by a ball. McGuffin thought he had it when that ball came off his paddle.
No, I did too, and it's such a small room for mistakes. You cannot overcook these at the pro level here.
That's just so dirty.
That was dirty, Dave. I can't believe that Tyson couldn't even get a paddle on that forehand roll. I think for Tyson, for his caliber, for Zane to be able to create such a strong serve that keeps Tyson's return from being too deep, it really helps him a lot.
And there's another example of what you were talking about, of McGuffin not reading the spin correctly.
He can't tell where it's going. It's kicking, but heck, neither can we. I mean, when that ball hits, it's like a grenade going off.
Such a huge advantage in singles. I would say singles much more than doubles, that it's such a huge advantage.
You know what I really like what McGuffin does there? Zane's whipping that ball to net, and instead of Tyson just blocking and trying to take pace off into the kitchen, he's actually getting depth on it and punching the ball deep to Zane Navratil's feet.
That's just such a great deep return. And I actually am a fan of the deep return down the middle. And the reason I like that so much is it doesn't give your opponent crazy angles to pass you. And there's another example of it. But he didn't close all the way to the kitchen there, so it gave Zane an opening on that inside-out forehand.
These pros, Dave, you can tell that they're refining their shots between tournament to tournament. They are looking sharper every time. And that serve is just creating a lot of problems for Tyson McGuffin. Even though he got a paddle on that one, he didn't look super confident still with it.
He's hesitating a little bit.
He's definitely creating some own hesitation in his mind, and that can be devastating at times. That's good. Inside out. I think that's, I believe, in my opinion, that's Tyson McGuffin's best shot in his arsenal, is that he circles around and goes inside out really well. Oh, that's so good from Navratil.
Well, McGuffin just didn't get anything on that forehand cross-court pass, and it made Navratil's forehand volley fairly easy. You still have to execute the shot, but that's a really easy play for Navratil, former college Division III tennis player at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, which is about an hour outside of Madison, Wisconsin. Used to drive in about 3 days a week in the summertime and play with our group in Madison. And back in his early days, he and his dad, Dennis, his first coach, love these guys. We had a lot of fun playing together. And, you know, for me personally, it's so rewarding to see Zane's development as a player and a person, quite frankly, both on the doubles side and the singles side. This is no surprise to me, Scott Golden, to see Zane Navratil at the top of the singles game in pickleball. He's getting there in doubles, too. but certainly a better singles player than doubles player at this point. And you and I have talked a lot about this off the air, that it's so easy for semi-pro or college tennis players to come into the pickleball landscape, in the pickleball world, and excel in singles pretty quickly. Why do you think that is?
It's their foundational stuff that they have in their tool bag already. Zay Navratil already had all the skill sets in place, all the shots. He just had to refine his game, figure out some strategy stuff, and once they do, it's game over. And right there, that forehand inside out was also game over as he whipped it past number 2 ranked singles player in the world, Tyson McGuffin. We're going to take a quick hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health, and we'll be back after this.
Our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
All right, thanks for joining us here on Championship Court. We've got men's and women's pro singles day. Today is a Thursday. It's right at about 12:15 Central Time, and we have got an overcast day. I've got Dave, the Badger Weinbach, joining me. Dave, Zane looking to take this in 2. Tyson so far has not been able to unlock the keys to success on returning that serve.
The combination of the depth, the pace, and the spin is absolutely lethal. You're talking about one of the greatest return of servers in the history of pickleball in Tyson McGuffin, and he has struggled mightily.
Yeah, I mean, he's struggling bad. He barely got that one over the net. It's the one that's kicking into the body of McGuffin that's giving him the most trouble. I think he's athletic enough to recover on one that bounces like hard right to his forehand, but it's the one that looks like it's going to kick right and comes back into him that he's struggling really bad with.
McGuffin saying to himself, I can't wait till January 1 comes.
Yeah, he absolutely cannot wait for that serve to be outlawed. Say Navratil able to do it in 2. I think that is a demoralizing loss based on just the returns that he missed.
He certainly was not sharp in that game, but let's give the credit to Navratil for really stepping up. And it wasn't just the serve. I mean, Zane had his passing shots going. His court coverage was phenomenal. His volleys are money. And, you know, that's what you and I have talked about more off the air on the singles game, coming from a tennis background into pickleball. The skill set that you need to excel in singles and pickleball is almost identical to the skill set in tennis. And what I mean by that is in singles and pickleball, the emphasis is on the serve, the return of serve, the court coverage, the ground stroke passing shots, and the volleys. And that's why guys like Navratil, who is relatively new to pickleball, can come from a Division III tennis background and within a year and a half be at the top of the singles game. And, of course, you know Tyson's background in tennis. And as you look at some of the other top singles players that play, Jansen Kola is a name that comes to my mind very quickly. John's a great singles player. In fact, you and I were watching this out of the corner of our eye on the court next to center court. He just took down one of the best singles players, Spencer Smith, who also played collegiate tennis at BYU out in Provo, Utah, as did Tyler Loom, another one of our best singles players. So
absolutely. Yeah, Sincola out of the Midwest. I believe he's close to the Wisconsin border, somewhere in Illinois. You would probably know better than me as you have.
Crystal Lake, Illinois, he lives.
Crystal Lake. You've had Sincola to your place many, many times in Madison, Wisconsin. I remember a time before anybody knew the name of John Sincola. I was traveling the Midwest in round about early 2018, I think, late 2017. You knew I was in the area for a tournament. You invited me to come back to Madison, and I remember those epic rec games that you, me, Zayden Navratil, and Johnson Cola had. Hours upon hours of great fun. that was a big developmental point in my game personally. So I have nothing but appreciation to you for giving me those opportunities. I am the player I am today because Dave Weinbach gave me those shots.
Oh, stop. You've done a great job in building your own game, and it's just that was such a fun day. I think we played over 4 hours of pickleball day. We rotated around, and you know, I remember Zane in his very early days in pickleball where he really didn't know what a third shot drop was. He couldn't spell dink. And to his credit, and his dad, Dennis, I got to give a shout-out to Dennis because Dennis introduced Zane to the game in Racine, Wisconsin. And look at the player he has become. It's very impressive.
Okay, so next up, that was obviously a matchup that we were both chomping at the bit to watch.
I know. I couldn't wait to jump in the booth with you, Scott Golden, because I wanted a prime seat for that matchup. And now, talk about what we have next here on center court.
Yeah, I mean, Callie Smith, one of my absolute favorites to watch. But now we're getting a double dose of it because we are seeing, I believe, Leah Jansen and Callie Smith squaring off. Leah Jansen in probably the most recent year and a half, has really changed her focus. She a year ago wanted to make a big turn in her game. She said, I'm going to focus on singles. I'm going to make my name in pickleball with singles as my base. She's done just that.
She certainly has. I mean, how many epic finals singles matches have we seen with Leah Jansen in the last 6 months? I'll never forget the one, you and I were watching this together in San Clemente, California, where she played Annalie Waters in one of the most epic 5-game matches you will ever see in your lifetime. So this is one semi with Callie and Leah, and we were just looking at the bracket. The other semi, which we'll have on center court coming up very soon, is Catherine Parenteau taking on Annalie Waters. So stay tuned, folks.
That's awesome. We're going to take a quick break in the booth, and we're going to move it over to our sideline reporter, Hannah Johns, who's always on point, looking good over there with Zane Navratil. Hannah Johns, take it away.
Welcome to the Texas Open. We're happy you're joining us here. I'm here with Zane Navratil. He just got through the semifinal. You have clinched your spot in Championship Sunday. How excited are you? And talk about also beating one of the top guys in the game, Tyson McGuffin.
Yeah, I was telling Tyson as we left, I always enjoy playing Tyson because we've played so many matches and have never had any line call issues. We respect each other a lot, and it's always a pleasure playing him. We're pretty even so far this year. I think we've pretty much split, so always a battle. Fortunate that I was serving pretty well, got some free points that way, and I'm pumped to be to playing on Championship Sunday. I've never done it before, so.
All right, and you mentioned the serve. It's a contentious topic. Your thoughts on the serve? Do you think it gave you an edge in this last match?
Do you really want my thoughts on the serve?
Yes.
Well, how much time do we have for this interview? You guys can go read my report on the Facebook. So there's a proposed rule change that would outlaw this serve, which I just think it makes the game a little bit more exciting. The serve is not just a formality anymore. I mean, Tyson has the reputation of he kind of modernized the serve and really made it a weapon a couple years ago, and I've taken it a step farther. And, you know, people see the aces and whatnot, and I like to think that those serves that I'm hitting on both lines back there are a good serve, spin or no spin. It gives me a small incremental advantage in keeping the other person back just a little bit. So I think most players are using it, adapting. A lot of players out here you'll see trying it. Annalie and Irina were both using it from time to time in the last match. So,
absolutely. We actually saw Tyson whiff on multiple serves. How are you putting the spin on the ball to create that effect?
So I'll have my paddle hand here, and I will just put the ball on my fingertips and spin it. And I get different directions on the spin by facing different ways. So that's why I'm doing those gymnastics.
All right. Well, we certainly admire your ingenuity. Thank you for coming over here to talk with us. We're going to see you on Championship Sunday. Good luck.
Right. Thank you, Hannah.
Back over to you.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it. Haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
I absolutely love this paddle. For me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the paddle. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, spin, it's just propelled my game, helps me drive the ball.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with. Particularly the face, it's really something new. The carbon fiber surface really allows you to grip the ball.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
All right, guys, we are back kicking off this game 1 between Leah Jansen and Callie Smith. I think that was a bait right there. Callie Smith looked like she was wanting her to go there. I saw it. She kind of waited to see, to kind of make it look like that gap was there, and it wasn't.
Yep. She left it open for a little bit, as you said, to bait Leah, and
Yeah.
Leah took the bait.
And she closed that gap really fast. Callie Smith, one of my favorite players to watch. She's so intense. She's just one of those players that you know she's going to bring it every single point, without a doubt.
1-0. You might not be able to tell it from your computer screen or television, but Callie is playing downwind to Leah. And the wind has picked up since you and I got here this morning, Scott. So I would expect that in Texas to continue that trend as this day progresses here.
0-1.
Leah, to get to this match, beat Cameron Blackwood. And Callie, in her first round match of the day, beat Jenny Bond. So that's what set up this semifinal matchup here. The winner of this match will advance into the next match to take on the winner of Anna Lee Waters and Catherine Parenteau, which we'll have on center court, we're told, in a little bit.
Absolutely.
1-1.
Leah Jansen now out of the Washington area again. She was raised there, longtime friend of Tyson McGuffin. They're still very close, even in pickleball. She moved away for a while to Michigan for school, and when she started her professional career and devoted herself, she knew she should get around some better talent. So she went back to about an hour away from where Tyson McGuffin is at Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. She said sometimes with no traffic, she can make it in 45 minutes to train with him, but that's invaluable time on the court with Tyson McGuffin.
1-2.
Callie Smith, of course, out of Utah.
Yeah, Kelly's got a lot of really good players in her area that she gets to play and drill with. You know, Spencer Smith is there, Tyler Loong is there, and that has become a real pickleball hotbed, that whole Provo, Salt Lake City area. So she gets a lot of good practice in.
And one thing that stands out right away in this matchup to me is that both these women train very hard off the court to give their best performances on the court, and they're both in phenomenal physical condition. They can go for hours on end without getting tired, so that's going to be a huge factor to see who wins this. Because when you have one person who's in incredible shape and the other one's out of shape or not as in good of shape, sometimes deep into a match you can have fatigue set in and become a factor in the outcome of a game. But when two players are equal in their physical capabilities and endurance, it comes down to skill set. Looks like Leah Jansen with an early lead, 3-1. She's.
Oh, and that just sails wide. Callie was liking that return, and I think the wind actually is pushing it a little bit that way.
That's what I was going to say. You read my mind. The wind, I think, pushed that ball out a little wider than she hoped. What a great serve.
What a serve, right on the line.
I really think that affected Callie Smith on that initial return. She didn't get enough on it.
I agree. I think Callie initially thought that serve was going to be wide, so she didn't commit to it right away, and that put her in an awkward position from early on. And then we got a quick timeout here. Along with the Golden Boy, Scott Golden, this is Dave the Badger Weinbach. We're going to take a quick timeout brought to you by Jigsaw Health. It's pretty fun to feel good.
Fromouth Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromouthpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
All right, this is Scott Golden, joined by Dave the Badger Weinbach. This is singles day. Our ladies kicked off at 11 a.m. Central Time, and we have got just a great match here. Leah Jansen with an early advantage. Usually the player that calls the timeout comes back and wins that next point. Unfortunately, that's not what happened there for Callie Smith.
The wind has really picked up, Scott. It's affecting play a lot. Leah is serving into the wind. Oh, and that's a terrific cross-court forehand pass there by Leah into the wind. Great shot. So she's got a run going here early on.
7-1.
Ron Ponder announcing the score at 7-1. And that backhand pass, very disrespectful of the net, goes right into the middle of the net. So Callie gets the serve back here at 1-7. Jansen staying back.
Side out.
And that is going to sail way long downwind. Thank you for joining us, pickleball friends. This is Dave the Badger Weinbach bringing you this live action here from the PPA Texas Open. We are at the Oasis Beach and Tennis Club just outside of Dallas, Texas, in Rockwall, Texas, a beautiful eastern suburb. And that volley will sail just long, correctly called there by Smith.
1-8.
So she gets the ball back, trying to make a run here at 1-8 here in game one. Yeah, terrific backhand, inside out drop volley. Smith chases it down, but then is completely out of position for the next one. And again, Callie has to realize that the wind has picked up since they warmed up here, and she's playing straight downwind, so she can't get too greedy on the returns of serve. She's trying to get the return into the back third of the court to put a lot of pressure on Leia's passing shot, but she's getting a little greedy. So with this Callie Smith timeout, we will take our own timeout, brought to you by Jigsaw Health. Welcome back, pickleball friends. Dave the Badger Weinbach, so proud to bring you this live action here at the PPA Texas Open, one of our flagship tournaments on the Professional Pickleball Association's tour. 9-1 here in game one of this women's singles semifinal. And Callie making a great adjustment there on that return. She took a little bit off it and aimed for the center of the court, and then the wind pushed it to the back third of the court.
1-9.
So let's see if she can get a run going here at 1-9 in game one of this best 2 out of 3 games to 11, and that is a very good start of a run with that freebie missed return. Oh, terrific drop volley there by Smith to get the ball back here. Oh, that's a point at 4-9. We are in game one of this women's singles semifinal on Pro Singles Day here at the Texas Open PPA. We got men's singles action going on. We got women's singles action going on. We got 7 or 8 amateur singles events going on here at the beautiful Oasis Beach and Tennis Club in Rockwall, Texas. And that is a very costly missed return into the net to give Leia a game point here at 10-4 in game one. And a wind is going to sail that long, and that will take game one for Leah Jansen over Callie Smith, along with Scott Golden Boy Golden. This is Dave Weinbach, so proud to bring you this live action here from the Texas Open. Scott, as you stepped out there just for a minute, we saw Leah Jansen just take control early on. Callie really couldn't work her way back into that game. So we're going to take our own break here. We'll be right back with you with the start of game two.
Okay, guys, we are back to the action. 11-4 final in the first game as Leah Jansen does what she does best, and that's win pickleball games.
So now they've switched sides. That's going to sail just wide, and Callie now is playing into a breeze that has really increased since we started today here at 8 a.m. local time, Scott.
I actually think this is going to be to her advantage being on this side, as she likes to drive the ball hard. Good hustle play there from Callie Smith, but that ball just dribbled over. Sometimes you just have to say good shot.
Jansen just putting so much pressure on Callie and, forcing Callie into some really difficult passing shots. And as we talked about in the Zane and Tyson match, that's really what you want to do in singles is make that pass really a tough shot.
I think Leia just controlling the narrative up there at the non-volley zone, just pushing the ball with control back and forth. Callie Smith is one of the best runners we have in the game. She can track almost any ball, but when you put it at that kind of angle soft, it's just impossible to get to.
In game one, it wasn't that Callie Smith was playing poorly or really underperforming. Credit, really, to Leia for taking control and never letting Smith even into that first game.
Oh, what a spot from Leia Jansen. She put it literally as good as you can put that ball at the baseline where the corner meets the baseline. That's the best spot in pickleball.
Callie deciding to stay back, and it worked out for her.
That time it did, but I feel like in the pro level, if you give your opponent many more opportunities up at the non-volley zone, they will capitalize more than they won't.
What do you think of that strategy? Because you and I get to watch a lot of these professional tour events, and I've been seeing it more on the women's single side of players deciding to hit that return to serve and stay back. What do you think the pros and cons are of that approach?
I think if you have a passing shot that's like some of the pros have, I think you can win some points by driving the ball early and often and trying to get those passing shots by your opponent. But typically a court this size is 20 feet wide, 44 feet long. These players can cover sideline to sideline a lot of times. So I think it just depends. I think that in that type of environment where the return is a little shorter, like we saw, Leia was able to step into that backhand and really rip it with a lot of pace.
I think some of the players are just so confident and comfortable from the baseline, like Annalie Waters as an example, that she is so comfortable with that passing shot, both on her forehand and her backhand, that she likes to change it up and give her opponent different looks and be an unpredictable pickleball player. 3-2 here in game two.
Jansen had that down the line. She just missed it. I mean, she set the point up and constructed it exactly the way she wanted, and then she just didn't finish the job at the end there.
Callie has to take this game too, Scott, in order to push this into a game 3-11. I get the sense that Smith is putting forth so much more effort into these points than Leah, and I think that's going to wear her down. So that's something that we should keep an eye on.
Yeah, and she's hitting into the wind now too, as that makes it even a little more difficult cutting through that wind. Well, that was a short return that I've talked about this earlier on the broadcast before you got here, Dave. Sometimes in singles you have to anticipate and guess, and that time she guessed wrong. She thought Leia was going cross court. Leia had plenty of time to decide and went right behind her, and that's going to happen sometimes.
It is. I just think Callie moved a little bit early there, but that eighth of a second too early gives away the shot. to your opponent. So Smith has the ball back, serving at 2-4. Boy, that's a terrific cross-court pass. Leia's first read is that that ball was going to go long, which it would have without the wind. But the wind knocked that ball in. It actually landed inside the baseline. So a real credit to Callie for playing the wind and using it to your advantage. You know, folks, a pickleball is like a wiffle ball. It has a lot of holes in it. So it's very, very sensitive to the wind. So the smart pickleball players will give a lot of respect to the wind. Honestly, I tell my partner before every point, like when it's really windy, like 15 miles an hour and more, I'll say, Scott, we're downwind left to right. We're into the wind right to left. I'll remind them on every point because it affects the ball so much.
The problem in singles is you don't have that partner to remind you, so you've got to be on your A game.
You can tell yourself, I suppose.
You got to remind yourself every time. Downwind, 23 degrees to the west. Leia doing such a good job tracking that ball, and honestly, some of the balls that they're getting back is just mind-blowing. I thought that point was over when Leia went back cross-court, but Callie's so athletic.
She never gives up on a ball. I love that about her.
When she trains so hard, she's putting herself in situations where she has to use that endurance.
And there's that short return you were talking about earlier, that when the return goes short like that, it gives your opponent such an easier passing shot.
Yeah, I mean, Leia doing exactly what she wants to do with that ball, and it is all set up by that short return from Callie Smith. Visible frustration on her face as she takes this timeout in game 2. The score is tied 4-4, I believe, and we'll be back after this Jigsaw Health hydration break. All right, we are back to the action after that Jigsaw Health hydration break. If you take a close look at Leia Jansen, she's doing a specific regimen before she serves. It has to do with unlocking her left and right brain and getting that in sync. And it may look silly, but it works for her. And she has found rejuvenation in that in her game, as she was admittedly a little too frantic, anxious, frazzled, easily discombobulated in a match in the past. She has now tried to harness all that positive energy into focus and discipline. So when you see her do that, that's what is going on there.
And we see that often in professional sports. Everyone knows about Rafa Nadal's pre-shot routine. Every single time he serves, he goes through his same routine every time, and it puts him in a mental state that he is comfortable, relaxed, and can succeed. And that's what she does. And credit to her for figuring that out, because the mental demons can get you. I don't care what sport you play.
Yeah, that's what we want to see out of Callie Smith. You know, Dave, that forehand crossing shot, passing shot right there can sometimes ignite a spark inside Callie Smith, who is a dynamite player when she's riding that wave of emotion and energy.
5-6 here in game 2.
Let's keep it on this wind. It's really starting to pick up, as it just knocked over my coffee cup, Dave, out of nowhere. So that is an indicator that the wind's picking up pretty significantly here. Just to give people reference, it's into the face of Callie Smith and coming from the back side of Leia Jansen going towards the net. Oh boy, that's tough right there. I think that's a good timeout, as Callie Smith has been doing a lot of fist bumping and come-ons. So we're going to see game 2 after this. Let's take a quick hydration break, brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
We are back. Scott Golden, Dave Weinbach, 7-6 here in game 2. And Leia yelling at herself, saying, why am I staying back? I really think when I play downwind on the return of serve like she is, I think she should always come in, Scott, because Callie's ball is going to get slowed down by the wind. So it's going to be hard for Callie to pass her.
That's a great job from Leia Jansen to just stay in that point as Callie Smith tracked that short ball from Leia Jansen. Oftentimes it's so hard to control that ball when you're on full dead sprint and keep it low below the net, unattackable.
That was all set up by a terrific backhand cross-court pass that Callie got to, but just couldn't do anything with that ball. 7-8 here in game 2, and that ball catches the line. What an inside-out forehand by Callie Smith.
We're hearing a lot of come-ons right now from Callie Smith, which is a good sign for her. As it's now 8-7. She's got the ball and the lead. She's really got that fire started now in game 2, and that's the last thing you want if you're Leia Jansen, is to give her the opportunity to get hot right at the end of game 2. As she is a good closer in pickleball, she will find ways to close the games out. Another timeout from Leia Jansen. Let's take a quick hydration break, brought to you by Jigsaw Health. Dave Weinbach, Scott Golden will be back for the end of game 2 in just a minute.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Duper is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Duper the go-to pickleball rating system. From rec play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
All right, guys, we are back to the action as Callie Smith has a 2-point advantage in game number 2. She's up 9-7. This is probably the biggest point of this match right now for Callie Smith anyway. I'm not saying that the wind could completely ruin that for Callie, but when she hit it, it just went up into a wall of wind and never even made it past her kitchen.
Well, Leah hit a terrific backhand cross-court volley that put a lot of pressure. So she gets the ball back here at 7-9.
Yeah, she went. I believe she went for a little too much on that. She's up 2, up a game. I don't think she has to force the issue like she just did there. She needs to stay composed and just get that ball over the net and make sure that she's putting herself in a position to win this.
See how deep Leah got that volley? And she's downwind, and that just makes Callie's passing shot so much more difficult.
Yeah, between the depth of that volley and the wind helping, Callie could not get that ball to go over. She's giving it back one more time. 7-9.
Smith got the high forehand volley that she wanted, and just an unforced error that could prove very costly here in about 60 seconds. 8-9. 8-9. She hit that so low and so hard that the wind didn't touch it.
9-9.
There's a timeout from Smith. I think Leia's a little frustrated because she called the timeout right when she was about to serve, but I believe the rule of that is as long as the contact has not been made yet, you can still call that timeout. And it's kind of like in the NFL where there's a slight delay when by the players, the coach calling the timeout, the referee then has to blow the whistle. It's the same type of thing. As long as Leia hasn't actually contacted the ball yet.
It was a little awkward because Ron Ponder had called the score, and a lot of players think you can't call timeout after the score is called, but that's not correct. You absolutely can. You can call timeout until the player is in their serving motion, I believe.
I was under the impression it was contact, but I think the original one was motion. Now it may be contact now before. We'll double check on that, but either way, she was able to sneak that timeout in right before Leia was able to serve, and so we are going to continue rocking and rolling.
All timeouts have been used. Time is in.
It's tied 9-9 as Leia Jansen has the ball serving. That's a great ball from Leia Jansen.
Callie read that perfectly. She was
did.
already sitting on her forehand volley, and she's laughing at herself that she missed the easiest forehand volley of her life in the middle of the net.
Now we've got game point and match point. Yeah, that's really good execution under pressure from Callie Smith. That's why she's one of the top females in our sport.
Boy, she went after that return. What a get! Oh, very unlucky there after a tremendous track down ball by Callie Smith. Leah gets the net court to get the ball back at 10-9, match point.
10-9.
Yeah, it's second time around for Leia to try to close this out in 2 games. Good recovery there, but Leia Jansen ultimately able to do what she wanted with that. Winning in 2, that's an impressive victory, if I say so myself. Dave, do you agree?
Yeah, Leah just never gave Callie a chance. Came out on fire in game 1. Took total control. Really, I think it affected Callie's confidence, quite frankly. And credit to Leah for really following up a decisive game 1 and a great comeback in game 2. So she'll advance on. And
she's going to play the winner of Catherine Parenteau and Anna Lee Waters, as you mentioned earlier.
Which will be on this court after the men's match that's going to be coming on next. So we're going to stay with you live, folks. Scott Golden, Dave Weinbach. Proud to bring you this live action here from the PPA's Texas Open. Folks, if you want to play where the pros play, follow the Professional Pickleball Association's tour and play at the top venues in all of America. Scott Golden, we just witnessed some of the best women's pro singles you are ever going to see in the sport of pickleball.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. Guys, all right, guys, we are back to the action here at the Texas Open. We just finished a women's singles match, and we've got now Rob Nunnery facing off against J.W. Johnson in a position in the bracket where you wouldn't necessarily see them squaring off otherwise.
Well, we know of JW's prowess on the singles front. I mean, he's just come a long way in these last 6 months, coming off a huge victory this summer with JW. And, you know, Rob Nunnery may not be a name that everybody's familiar with, but certainly people that follow and play competitively in pro pickleball know that Rob Nunnery is a very accomplished doubles player. He's come a long way, trains a lot with Dekel Bar and Stone and guys and Ben in Austin, Texas, not too far from here. So comes from a tennis background, so he's got a really good skill set to excel in singles.
Yeah, so there, Dave, what we just saw right there is JW, well, Rob Nunnery lifted the ball a little too high. JW attacked it down the line, and Rob couldn't convincingly say it was out. So they're going to play on. Ball was deemed in. Rob looking for some guidance from the refs, but the refs were at the kitchen. The second ref was looking at the feet of JW Jansen. Not able to see that well.
Yeah, as a player, if you can't emphatically determine with certainty that the ball was out, then you have to play it as a good ball.
2-1.
I'm interested to see how Rob Nunnery plays against JW Jansen here, because the styles are both pretty relaxed, both pretty calm demeanors. I think Rob likes to...
I mean, that is so dirty. He follows up a phenomenal forehand cross-court with a forehand inside-out cross-court winner. There's nothing JW can do with that ball. That's when you just say to your opponent, that's just too good.
He's really whipping that ball nicely right now. The problem is JW's getting it back and getting it back with some depth, and then Rob Nunnery's lifting that last ball up a little bit too high, and JW knows exactly where to go with it. That's a great volley out of the air on the run from Rob Nunnery. He goes back cross court, which is not where JW expected it.
We saw earlier today JW with a huge win over the flying Frenchman Jay de Villiers, and you know, he illustrated why he's such a tough out in men's pro singles, because he's got a really good serve, he's got a great return, he covers the court exceptionally well, and he's a great volleyer, like on his forehand and his backhand. In fact, Scott, see if you agree with this. I think JW is more dangerous on his backhand volley than he is on his forehand.
Well, he certainly has good angles off of that backhand, and he's learned to put in a two-handed roll as well as a backhanded slice on the one hand. So he's got lots of weapons in his tool bag. As that ball was called good, I thought initially it was called out, but
the wind knocked that backhand down the line in. I think JW's initial read that it was going to go long, but the wind knocked it in. Nunnery has really worked hard on his singles game. You can tell he's drilled. He's comfortable trying to hit some of these shots that you must have in the singles game. Wow. I mean, I don't know what else you can do for Nunnery. I mean, he hit 4 terrific passes, and JW covered every one of them with ease, I might say.
We saw that against Jay de Villiers as well. He was able to handle any of the driving, attacking shots from his opponent. Super steady hands. Now, we have seen a rash of missed serves from JW Jansen. I don't know if it's the lack of focus or if it's the wind pushing the ball long, but either way, he's had a few issues with his serve this morning.
And there, another freebie there for Nunnery with a missed return. So that gets Nunnery to a 4-3 edge over Jansen here in game one of this best 2 out of 3, and that's going to sail. I thought that sailed wide.
I honestly don't know because he never made a call, so I believe he's given it to him. JW, when you watch him, you'll see he does not call close ones out. He will give the ball to the opponent on close calls, which I do tend to respect that.
From our angle, it looked like it was significantly wide, but there was no call. So
Yeah,
that's a point. That was a point for Nunnery.
Never made a call.
But you're right. He's very generous on the line calls. So was another great up-and-coming young player named Dylan Frazier. I think he's very generous. And his singles game has really stepped up as well. The young man from the Columbia, Missouri area.
Yeah, I'm curious.
He didn't have a great day today. I noticed he lost pretty early. Had a tough
First round with Frank
match.
Anthony Davis.
Yeah, that's a tough matchup for him because Fad just gets every ball back, and he's just such a dangerous singles player.
Just as a reminder, the winner of this game will face off against Zane Navratil in the winners bracket finals. I think Rob Nunnery there had the right idea, just shot off his paddle a little harder than what he wanted. So he's going to use a timeout, and we're going to take this opportunity for a Jigsaw Health hydration break. Dave Weinbach, Scott Golden, back to the action in 60.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Duper is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Duper the go-to pickleball rating system. From rec play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
All right, we are back to the action as we watch the players migrate slowly back onto the court. You've got Rob Nunnery and J.W. Johnson in this semifinal matchup in the winner's bracket. This is a 2 out of 3, Dave, so they're going to at least play a minimum of one more. A slight advantage right now to Nunnery. Good hold there after the timeout.
6-5 here in game one. Wow. Wow, that's 2 tremendous passing shots by Nunnery. By the time JW hit the volley, the ball was way below the net.
You know, Dave, this is the best singles action that I've seen Rob Nunnery play in quite a while. He seems to be extra focused against J.W. Johnson here, as we just saw in that backhand roll.
I think Nunnery is very comfortable in singles because I think he gets to play a lot back home and drill a lot of singles skills with people like Barr and Johns and even Stone, and I think it's really helped his confidence and his comfort level being on this court. So I agree with you, Scott. It's a very impressive display that Nunnery actually has been doing all day long. He's had 2 tough matches even coming into this matchup. So it's no surprise to see him playing so well because he had to do well to just get to this point here on Men's Pro Singles Day.
That ball landed a good clap from Rob Nunnery as he realized that ball was not going to go out. And JW's whole family watching on. He's got his dad in attendance, Jack Johnson, Julie Johnson, #1 senior pro female at the APP Tour, right now. She's been playing really well. And his sister, Georgia Jansen, all here in support in Texas.
And Georgia, a great player in her own right. Got a chance to play some rec games with her and some of the top juniors in the country last night. Wyatt Stone, Hayden from Southern California. And that was a lot of fun. But Georgia is going to be an absolute force in the sport of pickleball in the coming years. And even now, look at the court coverage by JW. He makes her look effortlessly, Scott.
He does. He really moves well. He reminds me of a younger version of Ben Johns maybe 3 years ago when Ben kind of got into the sport. JW, I feel like, has made crazy strides over the last year when he turned his focus to pickleball at the professional level versus tennis. And that shift has gone full circle now.
9-7.
Look at that. Look at that exchange. JW staying relatively centered in the middle of the court, just controlling that volley. Rob Nunnery running back and forth. It seemed like off balance the whole time.
Nunnery had two chances there to pass, and he just couldn't get the ball down. Yeah, smart. That's a very smart shot by Nunnery.
You know, I'm very impressed with Rob Nunnery's game right now. He seems to be relaxed, calm, in control of his body and his shots, and also his mind. He looks to be only focused on one thing, and that is getting the job done here against JW Jansen. And as I say that, the commentators curse. He misses his serve.
Yeah, he got a little greedy on that serve, and he thought the wind would knock it down.
Oh, that's so good.
That's a filthy inside out.
I could only dream of hitting that shot on the run inside out. He made that look so easy, but that's a very difficult shot on a scale of 0 to 10. That would be up there as far as 7 or 8 of difficulty and skill on the run. Hitting that for a clean winner. Oh, look at the angle. Look at the angle from Rob Nunnery.
Even for Johnson, he's not going to track that ball down.
Incredible.
Terrific angle there by Rob. Speaking of great matches, on the second center court next to us, Scott, we've got Jay DeVilliers playing Tyson McGuffin in a backdraw match, 1-game-15. And they've had a lot of epic battles over the years that you and I have called.
So crazy to see them on a consolation bracket match.
10-8.
Here we go, 10-8.
10-8, game point.
Come on.
There it is. Rob Nunnery giving us a little glance back over his left shoulder as he finishes game one. Not totally surprised with the way Rob Nunnery's been playing as of today. I've seen him a couple times on championship court. He is playing his best. Now, don't expect JW to go anywhere, but we're going to find out how game two unfolds after this break. Dave Weinbach, Scott Golden coming to you to game two in a minute. All right, Scott Golden joined in the booth with Dave, the Badger Weinbach. Dave, what's your schedule like tomorrow? I know you don't play singles at this tournament. You're not playing singles. What's in store for you tomorrow?
tomorrow, I'm actually scheduled to play senior men's singles. We start at like 11 o'clock or 10:30 tomorrow, so it looks like there's some rain in the forecast, though, Scott. So we'll have to see what happens tomorrow and what live action we're going to bring you here on the PPA Tour. I'm really looking to see JW really step up his game here at the start of game 2, Scott. I think he's going to be a little bit more aggressive because he's playing into the wind, and I think he's going to try to control the points a little bit more in that first game. I thought Nunnery had a little bit more control over the points, and that ball hits the post, and as soon as it hits that post, it's a dead ball. So even if that ball would have come in, it would not have been a good play.
That's a great point, Dave. And yeah, Rob Nunnery's angle right there is what forced JW to hit the post in the first place.
See, that's what I mean about when you play into the wind, you can be more in attack mode and be a little bit more aggressive and really try to control the point from the opening tip.
1-0.
I love that exchange, but J.W. Jansen allowing himself to let that ball go. That takes immense discipline to do that.
2-0. Good serve. 3-0.
Wow. That's an incredible backhand roll with his one-handed backhand down the line with topspin that JW just cannot handle.
We've seen a lot of missed serves today on championship court. I have a feeling it's the directional of the wind pushing those serves long.
A very weak short overhead or lob there by JW gave Nunnery a very easy overhead.
Yeah, he got caught, and so he threw up a lob, but it didn't work out in his favor, obviously, as Rob Nunnery looking to get on the board here in game 2.
Boy, JW getting the shots he wants there and just not being able to execute with another forehand volley in the net. That's going to sail just wide, correctly called wide. So that'll be a side out.
Three-one.
3-1 here in game 2. Jansen needing this game to force a game 3. And just too good of a volley there by Nunnery getting that ball deep in the court. JW not ready to handle that one.
Boy, I tell you, that forehand drive from Nunnery, I got to see it straight on right now. That is a nasty shot, the way he dips that ball right over the net.
3-1.
Nunnery says just back, JW, meaning it was just a bit long. I'd say that's another unforced error there by Jansen. That's a backhand volley that he's going to make a good play on 9 out of 10 times. So
2-3.
JW playing a little bit tight here in game 2 here, Scott, after losing game one.
He looked pretty loose right there, Dave.
That was a terrific setup shot where he got that ball deep in the corner and put Nunnery in a real defensive spot and then finished with a great forehand volley.
3-2.
Nunnery just missed an opportunity there. He had nothing but green court to put it at and sails it long.
4-2.
So that'll be a side out to Nunnery, serving at 2-4 here in game two.
2-4.
Oh, and a great backhand cross-court pass. Saw JW leaning right, committed to the shot down the line. Nunnery held that as long as he could and then flicks it cross-court for a tremendous winner.
What an angle, but Rob Nunnery able to track it. But, you know, sometimes, not as much at the pro level, but a lot of times if you don't give up on that last ball and you're able to somehow get it over, they often aren't expecting that, and they'll dump it into the net or hit it long. But JW is too keen for that to happen. But I like the hustle there from Rob Nunnery to force his opponent to hit one extra ball.
Great hustle. I didn't think Nunnery was going to get to that ball.
This
5-3 here. It is warming up here, Scotty Golden. I think we're up to 84 degrees. Humidity's kicked in.
I'm definitely feeling it, Dave. It was a lot nicer this morning when the cloud cover was here, but the clouds have broken apart and the sun is now shining through.
Oh, Nunnery got the look that he wanted with that backhand down the line.
At this level, you've got to execute those shots. It's imperative to be able to win these games consistently. Good idea letting that go. The wind just pulling that ball off the green court.
Great discipline there by Nunnery to let that ball go. I thought for sure he was going to hit that easy forehand overhead. And with this timeout, we will take our own timeout, brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
Cody, just got to use a little finesse, man.
Finesse?
Finesse.
All right, we are back to championship court. We find ourselves, Dave, sitting here courtside at the Oasis Beach and Pickleball Club here in Rockwall, Texas. This is my second year to this venue. I think third year to my Texas Open adventures. But this facility, this year they made an adjustment. They made a change. They put 2 dedicated courts out where the old sand volleyball courts used to be. Last year, this was just a big pile of sand and dirt.
Two dedicated center courts with individual seating on the side, bleachers, and it's just spectacular, Scott Golden, compared to the past situation here. I know the spectators are loving it. I've already gotten a lot of comments about the improvements here at the Oasis Beach and Tennis Club, and that's very important to the PPA to have a great spectator experience. Here, we've got some great food trucks, by the way, that I've been sampling. So everyone having a great time here. The wind is picked up a little bit, but the rain is staying away today, Scott Golden. It looks like tomorrow we're going to have some precipitation. So we'll keep our viewers up to date on everything here at the Texas Open. Look at the hands.
Oh, man, that was so good. I actually thought JW was going to get it on that one right before the last shot, but Rob Nunnery just making him hit one extra. And JW obviously up for the challenge. 7-4 is the score now in favor of JW Jansen.
Wow, what a great shot there by Jansen.
JW now increasing his lead to 4. He's got to win game 2, obviously. In his mind, this is a back up against the wall, have to perform and execute type of game, and he is absolutely showing out right now. All right, a good hold there from Nunnery as the damage is now 4-8.
4-8.
Good hustle.
Wow.
Again, Rob making every concerted effort to get these balls back, but JW just sitting on that last one ready to put it away.
Great get there by Nunnery, but JW read it so well that Rob was going to go cross court, and that serve sails one ball too far, correctly called out. So that's going to give the ball back to Nunnery, trying to make his way back here in game 2 after capturing game 1 quite handily over JW Jansen.
Nice two-handed backhand there.
He got there in plenty of time, Scott. I just think he changed his mind at the last second. He was going to go cross court, and then he changed his mind, and that caused that error. So JW getting the ball back here at serving at 8-4. Terrific court coverage there by Nunnery, anticipating that ball from JW being driven to his backhand side and just is sitting on that cross court volley.
4-8.
So JW getting the ball back
8-4.
at 8-4. Needs to take game 2 to force a deciding game 3.
I love the way Rob Nunnery holds that ball to the last second. He didn't even maybe know where he was going to go with that till after it was done. JW certainly didn't know.
I think he, along with Deckel and Zane, are the best on their backhand side of just holding it until the last second to see where their opponents are going to lean to, and then they go to the other way.
Eden Leak is another singles player that does that exceptionally well. That's kind of his MO, is holding that ball on his paddle for as long as possible.
Wow.
Great hustle.
I thought JW's forehand pass down the line was a flat-out winner. And credit to Nunnery to force JW to make one more play. And JW hit it right in the tape.
4-8.
So we're back to 4-8.
Oftentimes against high caliber players, the other team is able to get stops, but they struggle getting points against that better, stronger force. Right now, Rob Nunnery has been stuck on 4 for what seems like an eternity. That's got to be frustrating in his mind.
That's a good point. Oh, that's just too good by Nunnery of that angle. If Jansen cannot catch up to that ball, there's nobody in pro pickleball that can. I really think he covers the court as good as anybody that we have on the men's pro tour.
Called on the server, score 4-8. 1 minute.
All right, we've got a timeout from Rob Nunnery. We're going to take this opportunity for a Jigsaw Health hydration break. We'll be back in 60.
Cody, just got to use a little finesse, man.
Finesse?
Finesse.
All right, we are getting back to the action. I think that was a good timeout from Rob Nunnery as he is allowing himself to kind of hit that reset button. These 60-second timeouts are absolutely crucial. If you're new to pickleball tournaments and you've never played before, make sure you learn how to strategically use those timeouts. They're so important. They're undervalued at levels other than the pro level, but these pros, they just utilize those timeouts so efficiently.
Time is in. 4-8.
4-8. Feels like we've been on that score for 8 minutes.
The ball missing. So finally, Rob Nunnery gets off 4. That could be huge. But J.W. Jansen still up 3, in control in game 2 so far.
J.W. staying back off this return. And it worked out that time for him.
Eight, 5. Fight up.
Game 2 here. Nunnery took game 1.
5-8.
5-8.
Fight up. 8-5. Fight up. 5-8.
Oh, that's just too good by J.W.
Well, ultimately, if you're driving the ball from the baseline and the opponent's up at the non-volley zone, it's going to be hard to win those points. You have to reset at some point because just driving the ball over and over like that is typically not going to be able to get it done. J.W. a little frustrated. He's missed quite a few serves. So has Rob Nunnery and several other of the pros. It must be the win factor today causing a little bit of disruption to these serves. Or maybe I'm just giving them an out. I don't know. Maybe they're just missing.
I think in most cases they're just getting a little bit greedy on that serve, trying to get the ball into the back couple of feet of the court.
Nice job there from J.W. Jansen controlling that point. Over to our left, just off camera, you can hear Jay de Villiers, the Flying Frenchman, and Tyson McGuffin grunting and yelling commands. I know that's an epic battle, just like we have over here on our championship court.
Oh, that's a great serve into the Nunnery body that jams him, and he can't quite handle it. So finally, JW gets all that off that number and saying this ball is cracked, and he will get a new ball to serve with.
And the rule on that is that if the ball doesn't affect the outcome in that exact moment, where somebody would say, hey, that point was disrupted by that crack, if you just notice it after the point, you just show the ref, you play on. There's no redo. You don't go backwards in that case. Oh, boy, that's dirty right there. A two-handed backhand down the line.
Nunnery anticipating that ball going back cross court and just stayed home and just could not push off his left foot and get to that ball. Oh, JW thought he had that. Just clips the top of the tape and comes back.
5-10.
The harsh angle from JW Johnson. He just turns that paddle up and slices the backside of that ball. Sharp angles are what he is after. And boy, he makes it look easy.
10-5.
And here we go. Game point. And we will have a game 3. The players will switch sides. And JW will start game 3 playing downwind. The players will switch sides at 6 points, so there's no advantage, disadvantage.
Yeah, and so far the winning team has been on the side with the wind behind them. Downwind, as Dave Weinbach says. Guys, we're going to take a break and be back for game 3 in 2 minutes.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5.
The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball. It's time to make every match count.
I absolutely love this paddle. Me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the paddle. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, spin, it's just propelled my game, helps me drive the ball.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with, particularly the face. It's really something new, the carbon fiber surface. It really allows you to grip the ball.
All right, guys, we are back to championship court here at the Oasis Beach, and I like to say pickleball club because right now, this weekend, it is all pickleball all day. Scott Golden joined in the booth by Dave Weinbach. Dave, I think this weather in Texas is crazy. This morning, it was cool. It was sunny. It felt great. Then the cloud cover came in. I thought we were going to see some rain. The wind picked up, and now the clouds have parted. We've got direct sunlight, but it's still windy.
And it's hot, and it's humid, and welcome to basically the summertime in Texas. Fortunately, Scott Golden, when we are back here next year, it is going to be later in the year. Early November is a great time to play pickleball in the state of Texas. We will be back here, sports fans. Looking forward to it. Glad you're joining us today, pickleball friends. Scott Golden, Dave Weinbach, proud to bring you this live action here. We are in for, I think, a special treat in this third game. Scott Golden, Rob Nunnery is going to start serving into the wind. The players will switch sides at 6 points, so there's no disadvantage to either player from a side and wind standpoint.
Yeah, so I'm curious how J.W. Jansen takes advantage of being on the downwind side early in this game 3. He's going to need a little bit of a lead as he gets on the bad side, if you will, for the second half. Yeah,
that was definitely out.
Yeah, that ball sailed wide.
Nunnery tried to sell it with an early come on, but that ball was a good 2 balls wide.
Yeah, and JW not phased by the come on. He knows that he's going to call that just the way he sees it.
0-0.
I like the sell, though, from Nunnery.
We're right behind him, and we heard that clearly.
Oh, he definitely was looking to sell it. Okay, we got a little bit of a hyperextension on his left knee. If you followed Rob Nunnery's career, he played professional tennis, but he blew his knee out pretty bad. It was pretty significant injury. I don't know if that's the same knee that he was injured on previously in life, but I will say that he just hyperextended his left knee. So either way, we're going to keep an eye on that as we move forward in game 3.
Going around the post.
He got there, but he was standing upright. I don't think he got down enough to be able to really do much with it. It looked like to me he stood up and then tried to use all wrist, and he just dumped it right back into the net. But Rob Nunnery really forcing JW to dig deep and play hard here.
Oh, that's an unforced error on that return of serve. And every time you miss a return of serve, folks, it is a point. That's why my number 1 rule on the serve and the return is don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. When I'm serving, I'm not trying to ace anybody. I'm not trying to paint the line. I'm not aiming for the corner. We can't get greedy. And on the return of serve, of course you can't get greedy, because if you miss it, it's such a steep penalty.
What great dexterity and control from the young man on the other side of Rod Nunnery, J.W. Jansen. As that ball clipped the net, it's extremely difficult to stay composed after the ball clips the net, but he does just that.
Wow, what a cover. Oh my, what an incredible cover by Nunnery. And then as he misses the forehand volley, he says to himself, come on, man, that was the easiest one.
You know, Rob Nunnery is sneaky fast on the court. He covers so much ground for a guy who doesn't look like he's going to be the fastest guy on the court, but there are several of our pros who move with what I would call efficiency on the court, and they have great footwork, which makes them appear to be much quicker than they maybe even are.
I would say Ben Johns is probably number 1 efficient mover in the game. People always comment to me, Ben doesn't look like he's fast, and he doesn't look like he's fast, but he's very, very quick in terms of his first step, and he glides, and he's the most efficient mover in the game. I've said that many times publicly and in interviews. He doesn't look like it, especially on video, but he's very, very, very good at anticipating where the ball's going to go. And I think Nunnery is very similar in that regard.
Yeah, both these gentlemen not far behind the efficient movement of Ben Johns. Jansen taking control, and I was curious to see how this would play out. It's now 6-1 in favor of JW on what we call the downwind side, meaning the wind is behind the back of JW, going into the face of Rob Nunnery.
As I said, in singles, I think it's a significant advantage to play downwind. When I play singles and I choose this, if I win the side, I want to play downwind. And the reasoning is it puts more pressure on your opponent. The ball comes to them quicker. Your passing shots go past your opponent quicker. In doubles, conversely, I want to play into the wind. And the reason for that is that the third shot drops come down much quicker. And they can come in the kitchen quicker and it's easier, in my opinion, to hit unattackable third shot drops. So that's why, to me, there's a big difference, a significant difference in singles versus doubles on how I handle the wind and choose sides.
I like that. Good insight there from Dave Weinbach. This is Scott Golden, and we're here on Championship Court at the PPA Texas Open 2021 version. Very excited to be here in a suburb of Dallas, Texas, Rockwall. That's that same shot we saw earlier. He just holds it, and you don't know where he's going to go, if he's going to go cross court, down the middle, or to the other side. So it's an extremely efficient shot for him. He does it as well as anybody that I've seen.
I agree. And the reason he's waiting so long is he's seeing where JW is leaning to, where his opponent is leaning, and then he'll go the other way. Nunnery was in the kitchen there anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered if he got that back.
Yeah, I think he was just hoping for a miracle, and maybe the referees don't see his foot in the kitchen.
6-1.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of missed serves long by JW, and I think it's just a reflection of him going for too much, or the way I put it, getting a little bit greedy on the serve.
Attendance is required. Only one of you has shown up. This is the rest of you.
All right, let's see if Nunnery can get something going here. He's at 1, serving 6 in game 3.
But he's on the downwind side, so that should help him. Both players won on the side that Rob Nunnery has ended up on at the end of game 3 here. Let's see if he can use that to his advantage. That's why you want to take the ball out of the air. He took too much time away from Rob Nunnery. If he lets that ball bounce, it gives Rob plenty of time to recover on that next shot. There, he was already hitting the ball by Nunnery before he had a chance to even
Remember,
get it.
folks, this is a single elimination bracket. The winner of this match will move on into the gold medal match. The player that loses this match, the best they can come around and do, Scott, is bronze. So this a very, very important match to get into the gold medal match, which will be on Championship Sunday, which will be on Fox Sports.
Yeah, very excited about that. The PPA making huge strides in the way of media presence nationwide and even worldwide. They are at the forefront of this massive boom of what I would call the pickleball resurgency, because the game's been around, right, Dave, since 1965, but it has not had the type of momentum globally that it does right now.
Well, it's so exciting for us that have been around the game, Scott, for so long to see the incredible growth of pickleball, not just in America, but all over the world. Every month, I get emails and phone calls from people, pickleball players in Asia, Europe, South America, England, wanting me to come and do clinics and introduce people to this game and teach players how to play this game at a higher level. And it's just so cool. I get goosebumps talking about it, to see the growth of this game. And from a media perspective, it's really cool that the PPA has partnered up with Fox and ESPN in the past, and CBS Sports Network, and most recently the golf, or the tennis channel.
Tennis channel, yep.
So it's just incredible to see the explosive growth in the game. And, you know, it's obvious why, Scott, because when you talk about pickleball, it's such an easy game to learn. It's so social. It's such a great form of exercise. You and I have talked a lot about it on the air and off the air.
Absolutely, and we're all addicted to this sport we call pickleball. These pros, we have seen many of them come out of left field and start playing. Previous high-level tennis players. Nice two-handed drive. Both these guys have really, really nice two-handed backhands. They can go down the line or cross court with efficiency. Right now it's 8-1. JW Jansen really taking control of game 3. And I'm not surprised that JW Jansen is making this deep run into the men's pro singles bracket.
So Nunnery is going to get the ball back on his paddle, serving at 1-9 here in this decisive Game 3. The winner will advance to the gold medal match where Zane Navratil from Racine, Wisconsin is waiting in the wings.
Right there, I thought the strategy from Rob was good. He threw up a lob that was actually good enough to keep JW from attacking, but then he couldn't get over to that last angle ball from Jansen.
You know, this is by far the best I've ever seen Rob Nunnery play. You know, he has nothing to hang his head on if he loses this match. For him just to get here, we talked about this earlier, in this highly competitive bracket, I thought was fantastic. Really impressive display by Rob Nunnery here today. This match far from over, but I got to tell you, this is by far the best I've ever seen him compete on men's pro singles day, Scott.
Yeah, me too. I'm very impressed with his grit and tenacity. It's got him here this far, but JW Jansen, the 18-year-old out of South Florida, trying to close out Game 3. Not going to do it on that one. He's going to give the ball back, but Nunnery down 8. It must feel like a huge mountain to climb against an 18-year-old who has such amazing control of that yellow pickleball that we see flying around.
Nunnery is just gassed, Scott. He's not moving nearly as well. I think that awkward motion with his knee earlier has certainly affected his movement here in Game 3. Only he knows how much that's affecting him, but you can see he's trying to exercise it out over there. And, you know, to his credit, he has competed really hard in this Game 3.
Oh my gosh, JW got that back somehow. Thank goodness, for Rob's sake, that he didn't lose that point, because JW literally threw his paddle out in desperation and somehow got that ball back. And you saw Rob Nunnery, he just gave him the old, come on, man.
He just said, great point, JW.
Nothing but respect between these two. Yeah, Rob's got not a lot left in the gas tank. He's giving 100% effort every point, which we expect from Nunnery, but ultimately being 18 years old is an advantage in pickleball. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, Nunnery taking every moment he can to walk this ball down, catch his breath, and get ready to serve this here at 1-9 here in this deciding Game 3.
He's just tired. That's all that is. That's just fatigue setting in. He went to roll that forehand, and normally under, I guess, less extenuating circumstances, he would probably easily roll that for a winner, but he's just gassed.
What a great serve by JW. Got that ball deep in the corner to the Nunnery backhand, and Nunnery trying to take these deep returns right off the bounce in what we call a half volley and start moving forward. That time didn't work out for him.
So now we've got game point and match point. Nunnery taking Jansen into the deep waters 3 games, but unfortunately he's a little bit winded and gassed at the moment.
Well, JW will do that to you.
And Nunnery fighting tooth and nail to the very bitter end. But look, a big smile on his face as he knows 18-year-old Jansen just a little too much right there as he closes out Game 3, 11-1.
What a great match, Scott. Very impressive performance by J.W. Jansen. And after Nunnery comes out on fire in that Game 1, and a real credit to Rob Nunnery, still involved in this tournament, Scott. This is only his first loss. So he'll go down into the consolation round, where I think Tyson McGuffin beat Jay DeVilliers on center court number 2, just off to the side, that you and I got a chance to see a little bit of that match as well. So Nunnery going to get abreast here. He will play another match today, and I'm hoping that we get to see that one. here on Championship Court because Rob Nunnery playing the best singles of his life.
Yeah, Dave, when I looked at the bracket this morning before the matches kicked off, I anticipated seeing Zane Navratil and possibly Jay DeVilliers in the winners bracket finals to move to the gold. That's not the case. Zane Navratil is now going to be playing J.W. Jansen. What an incredible run for that 18-year-old out of South Florida as he has advanced and worked his way into the matchup that sends you to the gold if you win. And at minimum, you're going to play for a bronze. So he's taking home some money and a medal. Either way, that's got to be a good feeling, right, Dave, when you make it to that point in the bracket?
I think he's very happy with his performance, and Nunnery should be. That's the best singles I think he's ever played, at least in a tournament. I'm sure he gets a lot of great singles play back home, and as he travels around the country with some of his good friends, Decobar and Ben Johns, and he's still alive. But what we have next, Scott Golden on Center Championship Court here at the Texas Open PPA, is Anna Lee Waters taking on Catherine Parenteau in the other women's pro semifinal, a matchup that you and I have seen time and time again. Always a highly competitive matchup. As you look at these two players' skills and talent, Scott, what are the 2 or 3 keys that you see coming into this match that you think could really significantly affect the outcome of this match here on Pro Singles Day at the PPA?
Well, I think, for one, I think Catherine Parenteau's got to get a nice deep return. She's got to work her way up to that non-volley zone as soon as possible and try to dictate the points from up there. If she has to stay back and allows Anna Lee Waters to use those angles on her roll shots, she's going to be in trouble. And on the other side, Anna Lee Waters is 14 years old. I actually made a mistake earlier. I called her 15. That's my fault. But either way, 14 or 15, she's probably the most mature 14-year-old I've ever seen play this sport, maybe even the most mature 14-year-old I've seen in life. And she's going to have an opportunity to put herself in the driver's seat against one of the top-tier players, Catherine Parenteau. What do you think, Dave?
I'm going to give Anna Lee an edge here in this matchup, Scott. And the reason I'm going to give her a slight edge is I think she's a little bit more dangerous on the passing shots from the baseline. And what I mean by that is once you serve, you have to stay back. And then when you hit that third shot in singles, it's really all about trying to pass your opponent who's going to be at that kitchen line. And I think both off the forehand side and the backhand side, I give her a little bit of an edge because she hits the ball a little bit harder and through the wind a little bit more. And we'll talk more about this matchup as we come back.
Yeah, we're going to take a break, and we'll see you back for the live action after this.
What if our 20 by 40 foot bounds didn't hold us in, but made us feel more free? What if nothing could contain our passion? Finding anywhere to play, any excuse to stay, every chance to watch it, and more ways to build it. Even when things get tough, we just can't help ourselves. Day by day, heart and soul. When you live and breathe it, there's no stopping it. There's no stopping us from breaking barriers, smashing expectations, sharing our passion with the world. Any chance we get. Because when you love pickleball, you live to make it major. Introducing Major League Pickleball.
All right, we are back to the action. Dave Weinbach joined in the booth with me, Scott Golden. We're kicking off this action with Annalie Waters serving first.
And right away, we see a tremendous deep spinning serve to the Parenteau backhand. Gets a weak return, and Annalie with a terrific passing shot.
You know, I talked about that in the pregame. She's got to get those deep returns because if she doesn't, Annalie's going to eat her lunch.
And there's another great serve down the middle, making Parenteau have to move her feet. And when a pickleball player has to move, Scott, they're more apt to make an unforced error. We talked in the opening what a terrific matchup this is. These players have played each other, Scott, 4 times. And their record is?
It's 3-1, Annalie Waters. That's a great shot right there as well. She has such control over this yellow Durafast 40 ball. It's amazing to watch her work on the court. They played in the finals in Orlando. They played at the US Open. They played at the Takea Championships recently out in California. And there's been one other time, I can't remember at the moment, but they have seen each other several times, 4 times in particular. Catherine, I've noticed she can be extremely tough to play in singles and really take you down, or she can be really off her game. It depends on which Catherine we get to see.
And Annalie deciding to stay back.
It worked out there, but honestly, that's not a shot that Catherine Parenteau is going to miss very much. She's really good with that touch shot.
2-2 here in this best 2 out of 3 games to 11, and Annalie with some firepower.
Yeah, at 14 years old, she is so calm, so collected, so poised, and has so much confidence. That's, I think, what really stands out the most to me when I watch Annalie Waters play. Her confidence at 14 years old is like nothing I've ever seen before.
So it is 1-3.
Okay, 1-3 here in game 1. This time Annalie deciding to come in, which I think is the proper play for her.
Side out. Okay, hold on. Time.
We all know, what an accomplished career Annalie has already had in pickleball. What a lot of people don't know is what an accomplished player she is on the soccer field. You and I have talked a lot about this. I've talked to her parents a lot about it. She is on a national junior team, and she plays center mid, which means center midfield. So she's the player that basically can track the ball all over the field. And oftentimes in soccer, your best player plays that position because they get more touches with the ball. So that's a reflection of her athletic ability and her skill set and her stamina.
As she just displayed that athleticism right there. She rolled that ball off the court. Parenteau had no answer.
4-1.
And that return does correctly called long.
5-1.
And that gets Annalie to an early 5-1 lead. Oh, what a return there by Parenteau. That ball riding the wind into this deep backhand corner, putting a lot of pressure on Annalie's passing shot.
Point. Two, 5. Point.
So score now 4-5 after Annalie Waters jumped out to an early lead. We're going to take a Jigsaw Health hydration break. We'll be back after this.
Thank you for calling Jigsaw Health. How can I help you? Yeah, you'd like to speak with Ben Johns. Let me get his extension for you.
002?
Yeah, his extension is 002.
Is it lunchtime yet?
15 seconds.
That was delicious. I'm getting more.
Second serving.
Hey, Ron, package for you.
Thanks, Patrick. Thanks. Appreciate that. Fault. Incorrect receiver. Foot fault. Right foot.
He's going to be a black.
That ball was well hit from Catherine Parenteau. She looked just like Annalie Waters there. Both of them have a tremendous two-handed backhand roll.
5-5.
And that gets Parenteau all the way back to a 5-5 tie.
And that could do a lot for your confidence after you've been down early and you make that run back. Parenteau looking much sharper now.
And Annalie falling away as she's hitting that shot. Oh, interesting choice. Annalie very out of sorts right now. I don't think I've ever seen her hit a lob return of serve.
7-5.
And that gets Parenteau to a 7-5 lead and gets a little bit greedy downwind on that serve. So Annalie's got the ball back. 5-7 here in game one. Oh, that's her favorite shot, is that two-handed roll cross court.
Yeah, both these ladies have a tremendous two-handed backhand roll. Love watching them battle. Annalie has had the upper hand on Catherine Parenteau over the last, say, 6 to 8 months. And we've really seen Waters come into her own in singles, as she's now the #1 singles player in women's doubles, or women's singles.
She should let that ball bounce.
I agree. Too good from Annalie Waters. Of course, who are we to say that she shouldn't or should let it bounce? Although I do think taking time away from the opponent is what you're referring to. But she has supreme confidence in her game that she can win those points whether she bounces them or not. So we're going to take a Jigsaw Health hydration break. We'll be back after this.
Thanks for calling Jigsaw Health. This is Simone Jardim. How can I help you? No, she's not here today. Oh yeah, she does have a wicked backhand. I think she's from Slovakia. No, she's certainly not in the KGB. I think you're thinking of Irina. Sure. I can get you some pickleball cocktail. Are you sure you want the box? You know, I strongly prefer the bag myself. Bag it is. Perfect.
I'm chasing these balls down from Annalie Waters as they are too strong going away from her.
What a game one here. Scott Golden, Dave Weinbach. Happy to bring you this live action here. Annalie stormed out to a 5-1 lead in commanding fashion. And Parenteau displaying what a competitor she is. Claws back and takes a 7-5 lead. Now Annalie up.
There you go, right there from Catherine Parenteau. She's able to anticipate well there. Only allowing 1 point on the board for Annalie Waters. A missed serve. We've seen that on the far side the majority of the time. That's the downwind side, as Dave Weinbach keeps referring to it. That's too good of a put away, as that ball came right up to the forehand. Easy shot in theory. Sometimes it's hard to put those away, though, the easy ones.
For tennis players, that's an easy shot, that overhead. And of course, Catherine Parenteau playing her Division I collegiate tennis at Big Ten school, Michigan State University in East Lansing, Michigan. And you know, one of my rules in this game, which I learned from Gene, my buddy Gene in Chicago, is don't lob tennis players, which is kind of funny, but it makes sense because tennis players all have great overheads. That always stuck with me. Don't lob tennis players.
I found that out the hard way, Dave. Sometimes I'm not sure which ones are tennis players initially, so I test it. Oh, that ball just missing, but Annalie Waters just doing such a good job controlling the narrative of the end of game 1 here.
8-7 here in game 1. Oh, Parenteau with an unforced error off that backhand volley. And that's going to give Annalie to 9 points. 9-7.
And there it is. We've got a game point now on the paddle of Paddletech sponsored Annalie Waters. Of course, we're going to see a timeout. That's pretty commonplace when they get to 10. We're going to take a hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. We'll be back after this.
It's pickleballparrot.com.
Bruh, don't you want to watch pro pickleball?
Please, Patrick, you don't have to make that sound anymore. I mean, I get the point. People need a simple way to find the details for live pro pickleball events.
Exactly, and that's why we need to figure out how to spell Brock.
Does it start with a B or a W?
I don't know, it might be both. Check.
I hear at least 3, maybe 4 A's.
Guys, it's not a real word.
But we still have to figure out how to spell it. Brock.
Look, just wait until you see the video we're gonna make.
All right, you guys, let's do this. Gotta return the suit by 5.
Brock?
All right, guys, we are back to the action after that timeout. Game 1, Waters up 10-7. The touch and control from Catherine Parenteau, giving her another opportunity to close the gap, Dave.
7-10.
Oh, a filthy inside-out forehand cross-court winner by Parenteau. Annalie guessing that Catherine was going to go down the line with that forehand at the last second. Opens up her body, opens up her shoulders. A terrific pass. 8-10. Annalie staying back again.
Catherine recognizing that, dropping it, but oh boy, that is impressive right there. Let's take a look at this replay as Catherine Parenteau tracks that ball down, rolling that forehand. It went almost around the post. I don't know if it was fully around the post. I would say like half around the post, but either way, she was able to win that point, gaining some momentum back in her favor. Guys, we're going to take a break as that was deserving of a timeout. We'll be back after this Jigsaw Health hydration break.
So, how has everyone been coping?
Well, been playing a ton of Scrabble.
Netflix. Lots of Netflix.
I just sit and stare out the window.
Don't you already do that anyways?
Guys, that's what we're here for, to help support each other. Injuries can happen anytime when you give it 100%. But don't worry, you'll all get back on the pickleball court soon.
Whatever.
What's your injury?
Oh, I'm not injured. I'm just here for the donuts.
All right, we've got a score of 10-9.
9-10.
9-10, I apologize. Catherine Parenteau down 1. Looking for that point. She gets it. It's now tied up 10-10 after Parenteau being down 3 and a game point on the line. She's now in control at 10-10. She got a little greedy on that. I think she had gone cross court a couple times. Dave set that up. She's looking for that down the line winner, just not there.
10-10. What a spectacular game 1. Oh, I thought that serve might have been deep. Catherine plays it.
She's throwing up a lob.
Oh.
That was smart. It did land on the line there. Catherine really,
my stars.
really doing a great job. She kept going down the line, down the line, down the line. Finally got the one cross court for a winner.
Wow. That's impressive.
Oh, boy. Okay, we talked about this earlier. Sometimes in singles, if you hit a certain shot, you have to guess and anticipate where your opponent's going. That time, Anna Leigh Waters thought she was going down the line. She takes it cross court for a winner.
11-10.
11-10. We've got a game point now in favor of Parenteau. She had the shot teed up. That was a chance to close out game 1.
I liked how Anna Leigh gave an aggressive return deep in the corner and then followed it in.
10-11.
Yeah, now she's got a chance to tie it up after being up 10-9. Now there it is. She found herself now back tied with the ball, a chance to take the lead here, Dave. This is a back and forth barn burner.
Catherine very disappointed in herself, missing that easy forehand volley. Oh, and Anna Leigh just cannot catch up to that ball. It got behind her.
Yeah, credit to the deep return from Catherine Parenteau. Neither player wanting to budge at all right here. They are going back and forth, trading blows. 11-11.
11-11.
I love the cross court. Anna Leigh overcommitted past that middle line. Parenteau noticing that goes back across. She can't hit the brakes fast enough.
And as my kids might say, ankles.
12-11.
12-11. I love.
Side out.
I thought that ball was good too. I thought that ball landed as well. Game 1 going to Catherine Parenteau.
So Anna Leigh called the ball out. Catherine is allowed
Appealed.
to appeal to the referee. The referee, who's along that line, said she saw it clearly on the line.
I was straight, Dave. My chair literally is sitting down this line. I thought the ball was good too. It's not that I think Anna Leigh made a bad call at all. It was very, very close. It did go in the favor of the ruling back to Parenteau, unfortunately, to end that game 1. So we're going to see and keep an eye on how much does that affect Anna Leigh Waters going into game 2 mentally. Can she overcome that devastating overturned call? Because sometimes players can get hung up in their mind on that, right, Dave? But you can't allow that to happen.
I think Anna Leigh has been around competitive sports her whole life. I don't expect that call to significantly affect her. I don't think it's going to be devastating. I think she's going to be able to move on from that. I think she's going to focus on moving forward here in game 2. She's going to be on the good side, Scott. She's going to be playing downwind. You and I have been here all day. The player that's been on the south end of the court playing downwind has won almost every single game today since we've been here, Scott.
Yeah, it's been pretty significant on that side. I think the wind has kind of calmed a tad, so this may help Catherine Parenteau here in game 2 as well. Not having to deal with so much wind that maybe Rob Nunnery had to two rounds ago. So I'm excited to see this game 2 because Catherine Parenteau looked dismal to start this game. She was down 5-1. She didn't look to be in sync, but now she comes out unscathed with a win in game 1, and now she's got the ball with a chance to score first.
She is raring to go, Scott. She's anxious. She's excited. Anna Lee took as much time as she possibly could there to talk to Coach Lee, Mom. And here we go. Game 2 does not start well with Anna Lee giving a freebie.
And I wonder how much she's hung up on that last game. We're going to find out. Maybe that was just a missed return, but maybe she is still thinking about that. And maybe Catherine Parenteau is just hitting unbelievable shots right now, as we just saw on that inside-in forehand roll.
Start out. Zero, two. Start out.
Come on over to the medal stand, everybody. We want to give you your medals, take a picture. You might even be put on PPA Instagram. So come on over, guys. Let's get your medals. Congratulations.
2-0. Point. Three, 0. Point. Timeout called by the receiving team. Score is 4-0.
All right, guys, we're going to take a Jigsaw health hydration break. We'll be back in 60 seconds from now.
In pickleball, the last thing I want to think about when I'm playing is cramping or if you're able to perform 100%. Last US Open, I was playing singles and I was feeling like my right calf was getting like really stiff. And I was just like, okay, how can I help my body to perform better? When I start taking Jigsaw products, I'm going to have energy, I'm going to have good endurance, and I don't have to worry about me being tired or I'm going to cramp, so I can just play 100%. You only have one body, so you need to take care of it. In pickleball, the last thing I want to think about when I'm playing is cramping or if you're able to perform 100%.
Jerseylin.
Jardim.
Jardine.
Simone Jardim.
Simone Jardim.
Simone Jardim. Esses gringos não sabem falar teu nome, não?
Ah, tu não tem noção das coisas que eu escuto. Jardim, Jardim.
Jardim. I knew I heard it. I got it. Simone Jardim. I don't know how she doesn't know how to say her name.
4-0. Point. Zero. Start out. 0-5. Start out.
Dave, I hate to say this, but right now I think she still is trying to overcome that first game loss. She's down 5-0 now. Oh, I don't think she's injured. I think her foot got caught. I believe her foot got caught on the pavement when she made the stop. It kind of rolled. I don't think it's an injury, though. I could be wrong. I think I didn't want to overthink that one, but I believe when I watched it, She just got caught. Her shoe scuffed the ground.
She just got wrong-footed there. She is fine. She's not even going to call a timeout. We're going to continue play here.
Yeah, I think that was just one of those quick stops that sometimes you get caught on the turf.
And Catherine at a 6-0 early lead here, in total control of this game. And I think you were right. I think that last overturned call at the end of game 1
it affected her.
Affected Annalie mentally.
Yeah, she's yet to overcome it, and I think it's 7-0 for a reason. Mentally, she's still struggling. I think she can overcome it, but down 7-0 in game 2 plus being down a game, that's a lot weighing on 14-year-old Annalie Waters.
Let's take nothing away from Catherine Parenteau's impressive display here. This is as solid and sharp as I have seen her on a singles court in a long time. She had a great victory over Callie Smith this summer in a final that Catherine was really sharp, but I think she's even sharper in this match.
All right, 2-7.
Before Annalie makes on even more of a run, Catherine Parenteau's going to call a timeout, stop that break, and with that, we'll take our own break, brought to you by Jigsaw Health. It's pretty fun to feel good.
Varo can take the heat.
All right, guys, we are back to the action. 2-7, Annalie Waters down a bit.
So she's clawing her way back here, Scott. That's 2 or 3 points in a row for Annalie, and that gets her to 3-7 here in game 2 after Parenteau takes an incredible comeback victory in game 1.
Yeah, this is a slippery slope for Catherine Parenteau right here, as Annalie Waters, after that timeout, has decided she's coming to play now. I think at some point you just have to let go of the past and move forward, and that's what we're seeing right now from Waters. It's Dave, momentum can change in a hurry. The momentum in the favor of Annalie Waters right now at 5-7. Oh, man.
Filthy.
To be honest, I thought when Catherine hit that ball, I thought it was over. And then here comes Annalie Waters with a nice on-the-run flip. It landed in the back corner, didn't it?
Let's see if that really catapults Annalie here mentally. That ball clipped the line.
I thought so, too.
Yeah, Catherine thought it was going to go out. It caught the last eighth of the line. And credit to Catherine Parenteau for not making an early incorrect call there. And Catherine uses her second timeout here.
Yeah,
game 2.
After a 6-0 run from Waters, we're going to take this hydration break by Jigsaw Health, and we'll see how game 2 finishes up in just a minute.
Pickleball is more than just a sport. It's a passion. It's not about winning. It's about who I become when I'm on court. The woman, the player, the athlete. I'm always pushing to be the best version of me. And I know you can do it too. So find your passion. Be the best version of you. And don't forget to have fun while you're at it. Because it's fun to feel good.
All right, right, we're back to the action as Annalie Waters on a 6-0 run, Dave. This girl never goes away easily. She has come back from the depths.
I just love how she competes, Scott. I don't care if it's singles, mixed doubles, women's doubles. She is an intense competitor, and I don't care if she's 12 or 20 or 60.
What a
that's
ball.
So dirty.
Yeah, Catherine Parenteau needed that after giving up that 7-1 advantage. That's a huge point. This could be a turning point in this game. Annalie Waters has got to bounce back quickly. Catherine Parenteau with an unbelievable crossing shot. That's just too good. Parenteau cutting her eyes over at her coach and significant other off to the sideline. Nothing, no words exchanged, just a look.
All right, she's trying to get the 10 right here on this serve.
Nice shot by Annalie there.
What?
My goodness.
Oh.
This is unbelievable. I cannot believe what we just saw right there. The athleticism from both these women is first class.
That was spectacular. Tremendous defense by Catherine, but credit to Annalie for staying in that point mentally and physically.
All right, she's clawed it back to within one, but she's given the ball back now to Parenteau at 9-8. We're going to see what kind of fortitude this 14-year-old has as she's staring down the barrel of 9-8. And there's 10-8 now. That's a mental mistake.
That's what you cannot have happen at this stage of a match, especially in a single elimination format where if you lose, you do not have the opportunity to come back and get into the gold medal match.
Dave, we're going to take a break. That brings us to game point, and we'll see how this unfolds live when we come back.
Dorothy, I really think you'd like the magnesium. Perfect. I'd be happy to get that shipped out to you today. Thanks, Dorothy. You too. Come on!
Does he do that every time? Every time.
All right, Dave, it looked as though Annalie Waters was going to take game two early on, but Catherine Parenteau has now found herself up a game and with the ball at game point and match point. What does Annalie Waters need to do to fight off this
She needs
game
to
point?
hit a very good return here and then come in after it and pressure.
The good return happened.
And she came in after, which I like to see. Sometimes in really key pressure moments, I've seen Annalie hit the return and stay back.
Not there. She gets the ball back now at 8-10. That's really good execution from Annalie Waters. Again, she has ice in her veins as she is now within one. She needs this game too.
What a 2 games we have seen here with these two incredible athletes. She'll get it.
Not only did she get it, but she got it past the backhand of Catherine Parenteau as she's unable to even put a paddle on that ball.
And that's Waters' favorite shot in pickleball, is she likes to roll her two-handed backhand cross court where her left hand and left arm take over and just flip the ball cross court.
That's a good shot by Parenteau to get the ball back after a 2-point run, a 2-0 run for Waters, tying it up. But again, Parenteau in a position to close this out in 2 games. Let's see if she can do it right here.
10-10.
that ball somehow stayed in.
Yeah, from our angle, it looked like it was going to slice wide.
Anna
Lee, I think, thought it was going wide as well, and it catches the line.
Yeah, the look on Anna Lee's face showed it all. As
So
now.
That gets us to match point here, Scott.
Yeah, too good there. Anna Lee with such control of that. She takes that volley and just punches it to the baseline without, we would think it was 0-0 when she did that, but she's actually was down a game and down a match point. So unbelievable poise from the 14-year-old. That ball,
sail wide.
That one did in fact sail wide, you're right. So she's going to reel it back to 11-11. I like the aggressive shot there, don't you, Dave? I like her going for that.
It was a framed return. That ball went off of the Parenteau frame of the paddle, but got away with it. Yeah, Anna Lee had to hit that. And that's going to sail wide. The wind helping push that ball wide, and Anna Lee correctly letting that ball go. So that gets her a side out here, Scott.
Sometimes these DuraFast 40s get stuck in the advertising signs. Rarely, but we just had that right there. Anna Lee Waters getting some assistance from her father. That ball going long. Again, that's the one downside to playing on that side where Anna Lee Waters is. Sometimes those balls will sail long from that side of the court.
11-11. Anna Lee staying back. She does this in key moments. I've seen this time and time again. Oh.
So the second time the referee has overturned a call from Anna Lee Waters. She is not happy about that. It's now 12-11. Good discipline to let that ball bounce. I thought she was going to try to take it out of the air.
11-12 here in game 2.
We're going to see what kind of fortitude Anna Lee Waters has as she's... Oh, she got it. She got it. That ball landed in the back corner. I knew she was going to get to it. I did not think that ball was going to stay in. However, it did.
I thought Parenteau could have actually hit that shot.
No, she was 100% certain that that ball was going to fade out of bounds. I would have let that ball go as well. In hindsight, she should have hit it, but it's a split-second decision.
Oh, and a freebie.
Now we've got a 12-12. This is where Anna Lee Waters, now she's up 13-12. I apologize. Game point. And that's a really good shot. Able to overcome 2 times now that she's been overruled. That second one I thought might be the end of her. No, 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 Dave. She stepped up big time after that. It fired her up.
Anna Lee Waters with staging an impeccable comeback to capture game 2 and force a deciding game 3. We will be back with that in a moment. Stay with us, sports fans.
What if our 20 by 40 foot bounds didn't hold us in, but made us feel more free? What if nothing could contain our passion? Finding anywhere to play, any excuse to stay, every chance to watch it, and more ways to build it. Even when things get tough, we just can't help ourselves. Day by day, heart and soul. When you live and breathe it, there's no stopping it. There's no stopping us from breaking barriers, smashing expectations, sharing our passion with the world. Any chance we get. Because when you love pickleball, you live to make it major. Introducing Major League Pickleball.
will switch at 6. 0-0.
Annalie Waters coming out just the same way she ended game 2 with that fire. She's on the board first, drawing blood. That ball is lost under the bleachers, so we're going to go with a new DuraFast 40 from the referee.
1-0.
Score of 1-0. Annalie Waters is determined to come out in game 3 and get what she feels she deserves, having to overcome 2 overturned calls from the referee. Doesn't happen a lot in pickleball, especially at the pro level. That ball called out. No argument there. That ball hit really well.
Oh, great cover by Annalie.
Side out.
Scott Golden Boy. Golden, Dave Weinbach. So proud to bring you this live action here
3-0.
from the PPA's Texas Open at the Oasis Beach and Tennis Club.
Oh my goodness. Annalie Waters able to not only get there, Dave, but she puts a perfect ball cross court for a winner.
I thought she was going ATP on that. So did Catherine. Catherine goes to her left. Annalie with an unbelievable cross court forehand winner. And with that, we get a quick timeout from Catherine Parenteau, and we will take our own timeout brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
Shoot, I can't remember my password.
We don't say can't. We conquer.
I got it.
I wish I could do a backflip.
We don't say I wish. We accomplish.
I finally did it. I'm gonna try this one more time.
We don't say try. We aim for the sky.
Yeah, the sky.
Back to the action. Dave Weinbach in the booth with myself, Scott Golden. That ball called out correctly.
And that will get Annalie racing to a 5-0 lead here in this deciding game 3. What's at stake is a berth in the gold medal final, which will be on Championship Sunday, and that will be live on Fox Sports.
All right, Parenteau needs to pull it together here. That's a beautiful, beautiful executed shot right there.
I think Annalie coming back and taking that second game in dramatic fashion has done tremendous things for her confidence, Scott. She has really stepped up her game. She looks to be in total control of this match as she moves on here in game 3.
Side out. Zero, 5. Side out.
All the momentum now with Annalie Waters as she looks to capture game 3. She is 1 point away to getting to 6 points. They will switch sides and she'll be downwind. And that is going to sail long. And that is 6.
The score is 6-0.
I think Catherine not being able to capture that game 2 where she had those 2 match points, Scott, has really affected her mentally. She has not come out sharp here in this game 3, and Anna Leigh Waters, to her credit, has taken advantage of that, and she has moved on and taken an early 6-0 lead here in game 3. She now will be on the good side, playing downwind with all of the momentum going Anna Leigh Waters' way.
All right, guys, we're back to the action here as Anna Leigh Waters is picking up serve at 6-0. I think as much physically the mental game in this sport is a big portion of success.
I think Catherine has just mentally moved on from this, Scott, and I really think it goes back to not being able to close out game 2 where she had control. She had 2 or 3 match points. Anna Leigh somehow escaped with that match and then just took control here in game 3.
She's in control, but Catherine Parenteau is not going anywhere just yet. That's her first point of game 3. It's taken her 8 points getting down to now get on the board. Let's see if she can create some momentum. You know how big that is in pickleball.
You and I have been around this game a long time, and we've seen some spectacular comebacks. I personally have seen 4 or 5 teams come down from 0-10 to win. So this match, far from over. Catherine Parenteau, a spectacular competitor.
That was like a paintbrush. She just brushed the back of that ball. She knew exactly where she wanted to put it. She executed it to perfection, getting the ball back now, down 7.
I think she needs to get at least 2 points, Scott, on this service.
That ball hooking wide. I like the idea to go backhand cross court, then cross it back over with a forehand, but she just overcooked that forehand shot wide. All right.
Let's see if that does a little bit something for Parenteau's mojo. She was a little bit down on herself here in the first half of this game, and let's see if a point like that can turn this around a little bit and get her going.
No, that's
She
okay.
almost served from the wrong side at 1.
Yeah, 1-8. The ref called the score, and she realized she must have seen the future because she was lining up at 2, which is where she's at now, Dave.
That was a filthy backhand, inside out, down the line.
She goes cross court, but again, over hits that ball wide. I don't think she has to be that good with those, but I think she's trying to beat Anna Leigh Waters to that spot.
And there's another point for Waters, and that gets her to 9. So she's at 9-2 here in this decisive game 3.
I can't tell you how many right now. It has to be at least 4 missed returns in game 3, maybe 5, that have been the difference in this game. It's now game point and match point. We're going to take a Jigsaw Health hydration break. We'll be back after this.
Bottle can take the heat.
guys, we're back.
You have two
A
timeouts.
deciding game 3, heavily in the favor at the moment for Annalie Waters, 14-year-old phenom out of South Florida. And there it is. That's a wrap. She's able to take that game relatively easy, 11-2 finish. Not the finish that we expected, but nonetheless, she's moving on to the finals.
And a big congratulatory hug from Papa Steve.
All right, let's give a big
and
round of
Coach
applause to
Mom
Catherine
Lee.
Parenteau.
And that is only
We may
Catherine
see her
Parenteau's
one
first
more-
loss, so she will try to claw her way back, get into that bronze medal match, and win the bronze medal match so she can get third place here, Scott. But unfortunately, that is where it will end for her at the PPA Texas Open, because they are playing single elimination. Can you talk about the difference between single elimination formats versus the traditional pro double elimination format, Scott?
Yes, so you know when you bring up this hot topic, you realize there are two trains of thought, two schools of thought with this. One is, if you're going to be a champion, you should not lose a match all day long. And if you do, they feel like you shouldn't have the opportunity to come back and play for a gold. So the U.S. Open was the first of its kind, I think, to implement that. They've been steadfast in that format since the beginning. But other tournaments allow what we call the double dip, or the run back through the consolation bracket. I personally like to see teams and players be able to have the opportunity to come back through if they have a loss. I think it makes for some exciting gold medal matches. Dave, what's your opinion on it?
I think it's great that we're mixing things up a little bit. I like that the PPA has gone to some more single elimination brackets. And we are going to take a quick break, and we will be right back, folks, with a special interview with our champion.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Duper is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Duper the go-to pickleball rating system. From rec play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
On your six, ladies.
So excited to be back here with you at the Texas Open. I have Annalie Waters after her semifinal. She's headed to Championship Sunday. Big congratulations. Those first two games were very, very close, but you were able to run away with game 3. What caused that shift in momentum?
I just think, one of my mottos is to never give up. And even though I was having a rough start, I was just like, keep pushing and it's going to come eventually. And that's what happened.
And talk about how physical singles is and the toll that it takes on your body.
I mean, it's definitely really physical and it's really hot out here, but I practice singles in this heat a lot, so I also think that gave me an advantage in this match. But overall, Catherine played great, and it was just a really fun match to be a part of.
As a Florida girl, you know about heat for sure. And going on to Championship Sunday, you're going to be playing Leah Jansen. What is your record against her, and how are you going to defeat her?
I believe I've beaten her the last 2 or 3 times, the last one in a championship final on Sunday. I just think, just play my game and see how it goes.
Well, best of luck, Annalie. We'll see more of you Sunday. You can go and rest up now. Dave, back to you.
All right, guys, we are going to see a matchup in the consolation bracket after this. Jansen Cola facing off against Tyson McGuffin. We'll be back to the action after this commercial break.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet.
We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball. It's time to make every match count.
I absolutely love this paddle. For me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the paddle. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, spin, it's just propelled my game, helps me drive the ball.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with. Particularly the face, it's really something new. The carbon fiber surface really allows you to grip the ball.
Game time, baby! Game time!
All right, guys, we're back to the action. We're going to kick this bronze medal match off. This is going to be the conclusion of the men's pro singles for today. So Jansen Cola getting an early Christmas gift as Rob Nunnery gave every ounce of effort he had in the game the round before against his opponent.
JW, that you and I did that match, and we could tell Nunnery had nothing left, no legs, as he said to us privately after that match. So Sincola got a pass to get into this bronze medal match to take on McGuffin, who just beat Jay the Flying Frenchman de Villiers in a great win for McGuffin after getting demolished by Navero earlier today to set up this bronze medal match. Scott Golden, Dave Weinbach.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a great match because Jansen Cola not having to put forth any effort the round before is going to help him with his stamina and endurance against one of the best motors in the game, Tyson McGuffin.
So being a bronze match, this will be 2 out of 3 games.
So like we said, McGuffin fell victim to the winner's bracket final game, drops down into a match, has to play Jay DeVilliers, and takes him down 15-8.
That's going to just sail long, correctly called long. I think McGuffin thought he had it when he hit it, but remember, he's downwind, Scott, so that ball sails a little bit further than what he expected. So Sincola with the ball on his paddle at 1-2.
Oh boy, that ball, you could see it tail back inside the line because McGuffin clearly thought it was going out. I thought it was going out, and so did John Sincola. However, that ball stayed in. Well done.
Yeah, both players chuckling at that ball actually coming down in the court.
You know, one thing I love about both these competitors, besides the fact that they're animals on the court, they have such great court presence and demeanors. You can't help but like and root for both of these guys as they battle back and forth.
After this point, we'll talk a little about McGuffin's opponent here, not as well known. Of course, Tyson McGuffin, the absolute legend we have in pickleball, one of the greatest, if not the best singles player ever to play the game at this stage of life. John Sincola, based in Crystal Lake, Illinois, is a tennis and pickleball instructor for a living. Now plays out of a court, a single court that is built in this kind of industrial area in Crystal Lake. I go down once in a while and play with these guys. You know, John trains a lot with the likes of Zane Navratil, Jerry Yu, Neil Matera out of Rockford. He's got a lot of players in that Chicago area that he can play with. Chuck Feinstein's another name that comes to mind. Gene Smith, Jesse Sandoval. He's worked really hard, but recently he's really decided to focus on his singles game and trains a lot with Zane Navratil, who's about an hour and 20 minutes away in the Milwaukee, Wisconsin area. So a little bit of background there on Sincola.
Well, and I knew John Sincola was going to be a player when I saw him 3 years ago out in a tournament in Indiana. He played 5-0 singles when he was just getting started, and I knew he was going to be a force. But where things really changed for him during the COVID pandemic when everybody was shut down, he got busy in his garage with a ball machine, and he was able to really make the rubber hit the road as he continued to craft his game and hone in his skills. So when 2021 came around, he was fully prepared for what he was going to face in the pro brackets, and he has delivered. By all means, John Sincola has, in my opinion, made the most of his opportunities at the PPA and APP
and again,
tournament.
coming from the tennis background, his skill set was terrific for singles and pickleball because he's got a great serve, a great return, phenomenal ground strokes off both the forehand and the backhand. His backhand volley is as good as anybody in all of pickleball. Actually makes a little more errors off his forehand than he does his backhand, believe it or not.
And now Dave McGuffin climbs to a 6-3 lead. I love that drop volley from John Sincola as he takes one giant step and just takes all that pace off. That is a skill that most people dream of having in their arsenal. John Sincola does it as well as anybody out there.
And that inside-out forehand's going to sail a little bit wide there. Sincola deciding to run around his backhand there and go for the inside-out forehand. McGuffin really picked up his game today, Scott, after you and I called that match against Navratil where he just never got into the flow. Zane's serve gave him so much trouble, and I think that really affected his overall confidence in his entire game. But to his credit, and you and I talk about it a lot, what a competitor he is. He has fought back hard, won 3 great matches in the back draw, and here he is in this bronze medal match against Jansen.
6-3.
Sincola thought it was in, and the referee overrules McGuffin.
But I want to say this, Dave. I've watched McGuffin for years now. He is such a good sport when it comes to line calls. He literally apologized. Hey, my bad, John. I thought that ball was out. Easily giving that back to him with no fight. Another thing to note is that Jansen Cola, when you watch him play, if you watch him on the video, you might not realize he's actually 41 years old, has a wife and kids. I don't even think he does pickleball full time. I think he may even have a job outside still. And this guy's battling and competing with some of the best in the sport that we have. So really a lot of credit to Sincola as he's topped over that 40-year-old stage now in his life.
Had a chance to meet his family, including his parents, who are just wonderful people in the Quad Cities, Iowa area where he is from. Still goes back there quite a bit and teaches, and been fortunate to do some exhibitions with John in Iowa and Illinois, and he's just a terrific guy, you know, outside, off the court, and on the court. And you talk about McGuffin sportsmanship. Sincola, a terrific sport, a great competitor, and with that, we're going to get a timeout there by Sincola, who is down big here in game 1.
Yeah, we're going to take a break. We'll be back to the action after this.
Lucia Kovalova. Pickleball cocktail.
And cut.
Patrick, did you get all the shots you need? Because I would really like to go play pickleball.
Lucy, I'm making art here. Did Michelangelo take a break from the Sistine Chapel to go play soccer?
Places, everyone.
If she's got to go, I can take her spot.
All right, guys, we are back to the action. The referee just called the 15 seconds. That means the players need to start working their way back to the court. Sincola ready to receive. McGuffin picking up that Selkirk paddle. Ready to serve now. Here we go. The shuffle from McGuffin is usually pretty effective, but that ball hits so well, Dave. McGuffin not even an opportunity to put a Selkirk paddle on that Durafast 40.
Great hustle there by Sincola to get to that ball, to be in a position to execute that shot.
I love the yeah, come on from Sincola. He needs a little spark in his game right now, as he's down now just 4. But again, against these top-tier guys, 4 points might as well be Mount Everest to climb. Let's see what he can do here.
Sincola, not a household name in the pickleball landscape, but let me tell you, in singles, I have seen him take Ben Johns to match point. Sincola actually had a match point on Ben Johns at the Chicago tournament a year and a half ago. Should have actually won. He had 2 match points. I don't think he has a very good record against McGuffin. I'm not sure he's ever beaten Tyson. It's not been a great matchup for him. So let's see if he can claw his way back into this.
Yeah, so far he's hanging tight at 5-9. Dave Weinbach and Scott Golden bringing this action. I love the forehand roll right there. He just hit it a little too far to the left.
9-5.
So this brings us to a game point as that return misses.
10-5.
Score is now 10-5. McGuffin serving out game one. I love how McGuffin's got two different forehand rolls. He's got one that he kind of flips up and rolls with some top spin, kind of comes down soft. And then he's got the really aggressive one that he really whips, and it comes just flying over that net. So his ability to mix that up, Dave, is really going to be effective against his opponents. Oh, that's unfortunate.
That looked really good till it clipped the tape.
And sometimes those clip the tape, Dave, and they come right down, like down vertically down the net, and they help you. In that case, they clip and they go out a little wide. Oh, love that volley. Don't you love the sound of that ball hitting those paddles? It's just so crisp.
You can certainly tell when it hits the center of the paddle and when it doesn't. I noticed it incredibly when in that Parenteau and Anna Lee match, the sound.
It's such a beautiful thing to
Great
a pickleball
job
player.
to our production crew and audio crew for capturing. Oh, and that ball just really skids. The way that McGuffin hit that volley, it was kind of a sliced deep volley, and it just skidded away from Sincola. He had no chance to get a paddle on that. Oh, and
there it is.
Game point there.
But since this is no longer a consolation bracket game to 15, they're playing for the bronze. It's 2 out of 3. Sincola is not done yet. He gets one more crack at McGuffin. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll be back for game 2 after this.
Having this tournament here in Colorado is absolutely awesome because it just increases the exposure for pickleball in the state of Colorado.
Again, a huge personal thank you to everybody here.
Yo, I'm telling you, Gates Tennis Center, beautiful facility. We got all the pros here. It's been non-stop battles on the courts, on center court, on all the other courts they got, man. Nothing but fun here in Denver at the PPA Championship.
I just say the community is pretty amazing. I've never been in a place where pickleball has really been like the center focus, and with 1,000 people or more here, all pickleball lovers, it's the first for me. It's awesome.
Oh man, it's so great being here, but having all the pros here that only has been able to see on Facebook and YouTube, and actually having them here in person, getting to interact, getting to see their amazing games, it's fantastic. It's wonderful. PPA has to come back to Denver next year.
Yeah, watching the pros, getting to, be so close to them, like up close and viewing, it's just great playing to watch.
It's a phenomenal environment, phenomenal vibe. It's a great experience here at Gates Tennis Facility with the PPA.
Great defense. And
Like
Jesse
Catherine.
Irvin get their first PPA women's gold medal title and their first title against Simone Jarzinga and Lucy Kovalova.
Hey guys, my name is Tyler Leung and this is my bag check. So first at tournaments I always carry a water bottle. I like the thermoflask water bottles because they keep your water cold throughout the day. So at those hot tournaments your water still stays cold. And then I do not even know what's in my bag, so this is going to be a surprise for me. But in this pocket I generally carry an iPhone cable with me because oftentimes my phone is at low battery and you don't want to be at low battery at a pickleball tournament. And then here are the my car rental keys. Don't want to lose those. They are my, it's how I get around at tournaments. Always carry a wallet. And then wired headphones. I normally have wireless headphones, but on airplanes you have to have the wired headphones to plug into the TV screens. Let's see. And then here's the adapter as well. Let's see. Anyone who knows me, they know I like candy. So I got the Haribo Peaches. These are incredible. Maybe my new favorite treat. They're really good. Let's see. Of course, I have my Vulcan V550 paddle. Awesome. Hot Cheetos. I opened these last night and halfway through. Right now, I normally
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Pay me color, make me glow,
Tyson McGuffin
make me
just
glow,
back
make me
at the
glow.
baseline.
Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright
Hey guys, I'm Jessie Irvin and this is my bag check. So let's see, we have an Engage bag. I've been with Engage for about 2 years now, and I have about 3 of these beautiful signature Jessie Irvin paddles, Maverick Elite Pro, in my bag. I put a little lead tape on the side, so I have some lead tape, and of course, not only do I have that, but I have my pink grip to match my paddle. That's a must. I will also have in here some rosin. When it's really sweaty and humid, I use it for my hands. And then let's see, in this compartment, I've got
electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Pay me color, make me glow,
Tyson McGuffin
make me
just
glow,
back
make me
at the
glow.
baseline.
Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those blue
That's a great point by Tyson McGuffin.
I got that glow.
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We had a short but sweet little break there as Catherine Parenteau took down her opponent 15-5. That was the game before the bronze medal match. Now we're gearing up for this women's pro singles bronze. Callie Smith, the first to serve. Here we go. I had Dave Weinbach with me most of the day. He has now ventured out across the facility. Who knows where? He's probably going to be playing some pickup games. But I will be taking the reins from here. Good pressure there from Catherine Parenteau.
0-1. Set up. One, 0. Set up. 0-1.
I think Parenteau took that for granted just a little bit. She was a little too relaxed as she missed that two-handed backhand down the line, straight into the net. That's very unlike her.
1-0.
Tremendous hustle there from Callie Smith, but Parenteau putting that ball where she could not do anything with it.
0-1.
Back and forth we go.
Point.
Parenteau on the board after that missed return from Callie Smith.
Point.
That's what a good drop will get you right there. She was not able to attack it, and it stayed below the net when it dipped over Callie Smith with that unforced error. So good from Catherine Parenteau right there. That's back-to-back shots, just dipping over the net into that non-volley zone, keeping Callie Smith from doing much of anything with them. Score is 3-1. She had the right idea there, just missed. Giving the ball back now at 1-3.
Let 1-3. Start out. 3-1. Start out. 1-3. Point. Two, three. Point.
Smith tying it up now, 3-3.
3-3. Point.
A timeout from Parenteau. Even though the damage is only a 1-point advantage for Smith, remember that's a 4-0 run from Callie Smith right there as Parenteau was up 3-0 to start the game. We're going to take a Jigsaw Health hydration break. This is Scott Golden. We'll be back in just a minute.
Pickleball is more than just a sport. It's a passion. It's not about winning. It's about who I become when I'm on court. The woman, the player, the athlete. I'm always pushing to be the best version of me. And I know you can do it too. So find your passion. Be the best version of you. And don't forget to have fun while you're at it. Because it's fun to feel.
All right, we're back. It's 4-3 after that timeout from Parenteau. Oh, that is just disgusting what Parenteau did with that ball as she just clipped it barely over the net, off the court. No answer from Smith. There's a missed return. There's been quite a few unforced errors here early. These women are playing well, but just some unforced errors, the difference in these rallies. Another unforced error from Callie Smith.
Point. Timeout receiver, 1 minute. Score is 5-4. We have the ball over here, please. I think it's 6-4. Thank you, you are correct. It is 6-4.
The score is 6-4. Looks like, let's just stay live for this one. This is just a quick timeout. It was almost back-to-back timeouts. First one from Catherine Parenteau, Now one from Callie Smith.
We'll be young.
Time in. 6, 4. Point. Side out.
All right, a side out after that missed third shot. So Smith down 3, looking to make some moves. Yet again, another unforced error on the return of service. Both these women are creating some problems for themselves by giving away free points on those returns. Nice playing there from Parenteau. She gets the ball back, 7-5.
Point. Eight, 5. Point.
Another well-placed ball there from Catherine Parenteau as she goes up now, I believe, 9-5 here in game 1 of the women's pro singles bronze medal match. A timeout there from Callie Smith as Parenteau goes up now, game point, 10-5. We're going to take a Jigsaw Health hydration break and be back for the conclusion of game 1 in just a minute.
I was playing 8 days a week, playing tournaments all over the place. On June 8th of this year, I had a heart attack. I knew that I wanted to get well as fast as I could. I was talking to a friend of mine. He sent me a sample pack of the stack. Now, even post-heart attack, I love being able to compete with the kids. The Jigsaw products, I think, are what are allowing me to do that. Anybody that wants to have hydration and endurance, they should be taking these products.
All right, we are back to the action. The 15-second call from referee Bob Swisshelm. He's got a second referee in action with him as we request to have 2 if possible, if the numbers work out.
The score is 10-5. Point and game.
That ball misses Catherine Parenteau just by a hair, literally. And it's 11-5 final in game 1. Let's take a commercial break. This is Scott Golden bringing you the bronze medal match. We'll be back after this. All right, we're kicking game off. Game 2 off. Catherine Parenteau serving to Callie Smith.
Point.
Catherine Parenteau starting off very strong the way she finished game 1. hustle from Catherine Parenteau and Callie Smith on that point. Smith not able to keep control of that last volley. Parenteau mishandling her backhand.
0-2.
Callie really working hard during these points. Catherine Parenteau putting a lot of pressure so far with an early 2-0 lead.
0.
Oh boy, that is a great exchange at the net. Smith getting the better end of that deal. Side out, 0-2.
0-2.
That's just good placement from Catherine Parenteau. She's getting the ball deep, forcing Callie Smith to hit a perfect ball as she captures that non-volley zone and puts a lot of pressure on Smith.
2-0.
Both these ladies really working hard on the court right now, hustling, tracking these balls down. There you can see Parenteau waiting to serve after that side out. I'm sorry, after that point. It's 3-0. Callie Smith able to keep that ball deep as well. Now having her chance to put points on the board. She's yet to score here in game 2. There's a nice shot from Callie Smith, clipping that net cord, throwing Parenteau's rhythm off just a bit. She's happy to be on the board, I'm sure, after that slight drought.
Point. 2-3.
2-3. Oh, that's unfortunate. That ball clips the net, goes over, but just lands outside the line.
3-2. Point.
Good hustle from Smith, but Parenteau again able to capture that non-volley zone and control the narrative from up there. A good timeout from Smith. We're going to take this Jigsaw Health hydration break and be back in just a minute.
Pickleball Cocktail, agora disponível no Brasil. Obrigada, iHerb.
Pickleball Cocktail ya está disponible aquí en México. Gracias a iHerb.
Le Pickleball Cocktail est maintenant disponible en France. Merci iHerb.
Pickleball Cocktail теперь можно пить в России. Спасибо, iHerb.
Pickleball Cocktail. Teraz dostupný už aj na Slovensku. Ďakujeme, iHerb.
Pickleball Cocktail now available in over 150 countries. Thanks, iHerb.
All right, as we come back onto the court, Parenteau finds herself in a good position in this bronze medal match. 11-5, she took down Callie Smith in the first game. Now she's up serving 5-2, but Smith getting some coaching advice from Frank Anthony Davis during that timeout. Let's see if that helps. Parenteau disappointed that she didn't get that ball over, but Looked like the renewed energy and focus from Smith helped there as she got the side out with the ball now down 2-5. She honestly got what she wanted. She just missed it that last one. But she did get the ball she wanted on that exchange.
5-2. Oh, side out.
That is a free gift from Parenteau to Callie Smith. Perhaps an early birthday or Christmas present. As that ball clips the net, goes into the non-volley zone. And she follows it up with a bonus gift on a missed return as she hits that forehand out wide.
3-5. Point. Four, 5. Point. Timeout receivers. 1 minute.
All right, we've got a timeout, but let's just stay live for this one. This was a quick back-to-back timeout, so we're going to just keep rolling.
Well, it's 5-5, ladies.
Score is now 5-5 as Smith taking the advice to heart that Frank Anthony Davis is giving her over to the left of the championship court. I'm sure she appreciates a little bit of that coaching, because sometimes when you're in the heat of battle, you don't have an opportunity to stop and really think about what's going to make sense and what is happening. But Frank Anthony Davis, or really any coach that's watching from the sideline, can see what's going on and can sometimes help if that player is open and willing to listen to some of that advice from another pro player. So good job on Frank Anthony Davis giving her some tips, and it's so far paid off as it's now 5-5 in game 2.
5-5.
This is a pivotal moment in this match as Callie Smith is going to look to take the lead. And there she is, taking the lead. And I think, I could be wrong, but it looks like what Callie Smith is trying to do now is just drive the ball and put a lot of pressure on Parenteau. So instead of dropping the ball on her third, she's looking to drive. And it's working so far. She's taking the lead now. 5-6, I believe, is the score.
5-6.
All right, now 6-5 in favor of Callie Smith. She's got to figure out a way to get game 2 done if she wants a chance at a game 3.
Point.
7-5 as we now have a 2-point advantage for Smith. She's down a game. These next few points are going to be crucial in her success or failure. Let's see how she does. I think she's rising up to the occasion. She must have heard me talking there. She got another point tacked on the board. That's a 3-0 run after that timeout from Parenteau. Again, I believe Frank Anthony Davis giving some good advice. Callie Smith coming out rejuvenated and more focused than we've seen her up to this point. That ball almost landing in. Parenteau getting the ball back down. 3.
5-8.
I don't know if you guys can hear that. Catherine Parenteau sliding next to that court microphone.
8-5.
Beautiful angle from Callie Smith. That background in tennis taking over there. She hit that nice angle off the court.
9-6. Point. Timeout receivers, 1 minute. Score is 10-6.
All right, guys, we're going to take a Jigsaw Health hydration break. We'll be back after this.
Cody, just got to use a little finesse, man.
Finesse?
Finesse.
When Callie Smith called the timeout at 5-5, she went over to get some water. Frank Anthony Davis giving her some tips, some well-needed tips and advice. And now she finds herself up 10-6. I don't know exactly what he said to her, but whatever it was is working. Nice job from Parenteau getting the ball back. Fending off a game point from Callie Smith.
She has 10. I'm sorry, she has 6 and you have 10. 6, 10. Point. Seven, 10. Point. Eight, 10.
That's so good from Catherine Parenteau. She pulled Callie Smith over to the left twice and then takes it down the line for a winner.
Timeout receiver, 1 minute.
A nice timeout from Callie Smith as now
9-10.
Parenteau's reeled it within 1. Let's take a quick hydration break and we'll be back after this.
Cocktail, it's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. I don't cream. When I step on the court, this is what I do. Everybody cramping, cause they ain't got that new. I got this cocktail in my glass, and I ain't afraid to drink it. Drink it, drink it, drink it. I pickle and I love it. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. I don't cream.
Ladies, that was our last time out.
All right, guys, take a look at this player profile of Catherine Parenteau. Nice shot as she's now tied it up 10-10 in game 2. Callie Smith putting up a tremendous fight here.
10.
She's got to figure out a way to stop this bleeding. That was a tremendous shot from Callie Smith as she's able to land it at the baseline. Parenteau signaling that ball landing in, and a come on from Smith. That ball just missing. She tried to chop it down the line. I love the shot. Just sailed.
10.
That might be the best return of the tournament so far as Smith holds at 10-10, getting the ball back, trying to force the issue and get to a game 3. She's trying to paint that line. I like that she's going down the line there on that one, but tails it out wide, giving the ball back to Parenteau.
10. You're out of timeout. 11, 10.
Callie Smith doing everything she can, but unfortunately that one ends with a forehand overhead from Catherine Parenteau. Callie Smith, just a great example of fight and grit as she gives it all she has, falling short in game 2, 12-10. Catherine Parenteau taking the bronze. Callie Smith finishes the day at 4th. We're gonna take a break. We'll be back.
I love this game. The friends I've met along the way, the places it's taken me. This game is all about community. Duper is partnering up to grow the community, to bring accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Duper's rating system starts off with accuracy, setting up for success right from the beginning. That's how you make every match count.
Selkirk's mission has always been to fuel the pickleball obsession found inside every player.
There is a growing community of pickleball players who consume as much pickleball content as they possibly can.
And that's why we are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. It's pickleball's original and only free TV app. This is 24/7 pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
Welcome back, guys. I'm here with our bronze medalist, Catherine Parenteau. Big congratulations to you, Catherine. What a tight second game. Walk me through what you were thinking in that one.
Yeah, I think I was down 10-7, and I told myself, okay, well, I'm just going to try my best and see if I can get the W, and yeah, just go big, and then worst case scenario, I'm going to third game, having a little bit more energy or confidence. So yeah, I just went big forehand and a big serve and big forehand, and it helped me out.
As many of your fans know, you're French-Canadian. What do you think that brings to your on-court persona?
That's a good question. I think I always want to represent les Québécois very well back home. So yes, I always try to give my 100% no matter what.
Can you give a French shout out to your fans so we can hear a little French?
Allez!
That's your favorite word on court, I know. Right. All right, and looking ahead, you have mixed doubles and regular women's doubles this week. What do you expect to see?
I'm looking forward to playing with Riley Newman and Jessie Irvin. Both partners have been playing amazing. I've been playing pretty well, so I look forward to see what we can do this weekend.
Big congratulations again, Catherine. Dave, back over to you.
All right, guys, this is Scott Golden in the booth all day long, bringing you this live action on Championship Court. We are at the Oasis Beach and Tennis Club in Rockwall, Texas, 45 miles east of Dallas Fort Worth Airport. We are wrapping up a beautiful day here, and we're going to see Mixed Doubles Pro tomorrow, so make sure to tune in all day long. And don't forget about Championship Sunday. It's going to be live on Fox Sports. Thanks again. This is Scott Golden. See you tomorrow.